Good evening, everyone. We are gavel-less tonight, so we'll just start without it. Thank you for joining us for our closed session. Councilmember Matichek, do you have an announcement to make?
Yes, I do. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, I am participating in this meeting remotely through both audio and visual technology under the Just Cause provision due to travel while on official business of the legislative body. No other person over 18 years of age is at this remote location with me. Thank you.
Thank you. As a reminder, all votes will be taken by roll call this evening because one council member is with us remotely. City Attorney Logue will make a closed session announcement, and then the City Council welcomes public comment on the items listed for closed session only. City Attorney Logue.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. There are two items on this evening's closed session agenda. Item 2.1 is a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. The name of the case is Bajan Hajiji versus the City of Mountain View et al., Santa Clara County Superior Court, case number 23 CV 415280. Item 2.2 is a conference with legal counsel regarding a liability claim pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. The name of the claimant is Yongping Tang.
Thank you. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on the closed session items listed on tonight's agenda? If so, either raise your hand in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card. We would take in-person speakers first, but I see no in-person speakers. I do see one virtual speaker. This is Leslie Friedman. And Leslie, I want to remind you, this is only about closed session items. If you want to speak about general comments or items on the later agenda, the study session or later agenda, then you would speak at a later time. But if this is about closed session, oh, Leslie just lowered her hand. So with that, I see no public speakers. So we will move to item 2 on our agenda, which is the closed session. Council will now recess to the Plaza Conference Room for closed session and return to the council chamber at the close to continue the study session. Just to let everyone know who's in the audience, we're going to take another 10 minutes. We're having internet difficulties, and I know that we've announced this as hybrid, and we have a lot of people expecting to speak from their living rooms, I suppose. So we're going to take 10 minutes and try really hard to set everything up. Okay, thank you for your patience, everyone. For those of you who have not been with us for this entire time, maybe because you dropped off when the internet went down, we have been having technical problems, which hopefully have been all resolved now. So I'm now on item 1 of our agenda for our study session. That is a call to order. So welcome to the study session of the Mountain View City Council of November 14th, 2023. We're on item 2. The city clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Here.
Councilmember Kamei?
Here.
Councilmember Matichek?
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Here.
Councilmember Ramos?
Here.
Vice Mayor Scholater? Here. Mayor Hicks?
Here.
You have a quorum?
Now we move on to item 3. This is the Moffett Boulevard precise plan or rezoning scope of work. For this item, Chinese and Spanish translation services are available, and we will now hear from our Chinese interpreter.
感谢大家今晚来参与今天晚上的市议会会议。那么您可以在一会儿点击地球仪的图标，听取中文的翻译。如果您有问题的话，可以按举手的按钮。谢谢。
Thank you. We'll now hear from our Spanish interpreter.
Muy buenas noches. Si necesita interpretación al español, pulse el botón Interpretación en Zoom y seleccione el idioma adecuado para escuchar la reunión en ese idioma.
Thank you. The purpose of this study session is to introduce potential scopes of work for either the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan or rezoning and streetscape project to the City Council and receive direction on the approach and key topics for the project. City Planner Aki Snelling and Advanced Planning Manager Eric Anderson will present the item.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the Council. I am Aki Snelling, Senior Planner, and I'm joined tonight by Eric Anderson, who is our Advanced Planning Manager. Also in the audience are Archie Shrivastava, our Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director, and also Don Cameron, who is our Public Works Director. As the Mayor noted, the purpose of tonight's City Council meeting, City Council study session, is to introduce the potential scopes of work for the Council to consider for preparation of either a Moffett Boulevard precise plan or a rezoning and streetscape project, and also, secondly, to additionally receive direction on the approach and key topics to be included and studied in the scope of work for the project. The Moffett Boulevard project area is located north of Castro Street and the downtown area on both sides of Moffett Boulevard. The project is highlighted in the red striped area outlined in the black lines. It's approximately 20 acres and stretches from Central Expressway to the south to West Middlefield Road to the north. The project includes the Community Services Agency on Stearland Road and the Valero gas station on the corner of Moffett Boulevard and West Middlefield Road, but does not include the Moffett Mobile Home Park and 555 West Middlefield Road, the housing development on the east side of Moffett. The existing uses primarily are 1- and 2-story older commercial buildings on Moffett Boulevard, and the project area is within a half-mile proximity of the transit center. The Moffett Boulevard change area was identified in the city's general plan, and in 2012, it was recognized for its potential as the gateway to the downtown area. Additionally, the vision includes transformation of the streetscape into a well-landscaped and well-lit street, providing safe pathways for pedestrians and bicyclists. Policies were also included in the general plan for this area to enhance the public street, encourage a diverse mix of land uses, support parcel assembly, to encourage improvement of existing buildings and properties, and also to provide for well-designed transitions between Moffett Boulevard and the surrounding residential uses. The Council's 2023 to 2025 work plan also includes direction to develop a Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan as a Priority A, or the highest priority item. This was carried forward from the 2021 to 2023 Council work plan, which was identified as a priority to hold a study session to explore consideration of a Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan. Tonight's study session also addresses a project in the city's recently adopted housing element, which requires either a precise plan or rezoning to specifically be consistent with the Housing Program 1.1 GC. This housing program requires Moffett Boulevard to allow development of up to at least a 1.85 floor area ratio, or equivalent to 72 dwelling units per acre. The housing element requires completion of this project by December 31st of 2025. Moffett Boulevard is closely related to several planned streetscape projects. The Transit Center's Castro Street grade separation and access project, highlighted in the blue circle above, access at Castro Street is located at the train tracks and Central Expressway at Castro Street. A pedestrian and bicycle undercrossing will be constructed below the tracks and Central Expressway that provides access between the downtown and the Moffett Boulevard project area. The grade separation project will also allow for pickup and drop-off areas along Moffett Boulevard, relocated bus stops along Moffett Boulevard, closer to the transit center, and reconfiguration of the Moffett Boulevard area south of Central Avenue for protected bikeways and relocated bus stops. The City Council will see the proposed final design for this section in 2024. In June of this year, the City Council also adopted the Capital Improvement Program, in which $170,000 was included to develop a streetscape plan for Moffett Boulevard between Central Avenue and Middlefield Road for transit prioritization, pedestrian improvements, bikeway gap closures, and vehicle speed management. This CIP for the project is scheduled to start in fiscal year 2027 to 2028. Additionally, the city is also working on the Complete Streets project north of Middlefield Road. That would include a Class 4 protected bikeway along Moffett Boulevard between Central Expressway and NASA, repaving of Moffett Boulevard from Middlefield Road to the city limit at Clark Road, and filling in a 450-foot wide sidewalk gap on the east side of Moffett Boulevard north of Stevens Creek Trail to Leong Drive. Lastly, I also wanted to highlight that the automated guideway transportation system was conducted in 2017. However, this is no longer under consideration. For rezoning options, staff would like to know if the council would prefer to, one, create a new precise plan for the Moffett Boulevard project area, or two, to pursue a rezoning approval and work with the Public Works Department for a coordinated streetscape plan. As you can see by the table before you, a precise plan would include a vision and guiding principles, additional incentives, integrated streetscape and public improvement plans, an implementation and funding plan, but a higher cost than a rezoning plan. This decision also affects prioritization of the streetscape study. If council selects the precise plan option, the streetscape study would be integrated into the precise plan. If council selects the rezoning approach, however, council can reprioritize and fund the streetscape plan earlier or retain the schedule in 2027. If council selects the rezoning approach, staff will come back to council to determine how to reprioritize the public works projects. key topics identified at this time to define the scope of work are included in the slide before you. Staff would like to ask Council, does Council have feedback regarding the identified key elements and deliverables to include? Surrounding properties that are not within the Moffett Boulevard project but are adjacent to the area include 555 West Middlefield Road, which is a 14.5-acre site that was approved in 2022 as a planned community zone project, allowing for 323 additional residential units to an existing 402-unit apartment complex and a 1.4-acre park. And also, north of Middlefield Road is the Shenandoah Square property, which is owned by the U.S. Army and is outside the city limits. There has been discussion with the Army and its representatives in the past regarding potentials for affordable housing, park area, and a potential school site. However, no formal proposals have been developed or submitted to the city for review. And staff would like to ask the question, does council have feedback regarding project boundaries? As for outreach, the strategy would include an inclusive stakeholder engagement, regular updates and dialogue, citywide public notices, community workshops, a project website, and other outreach opportunities that may become available. Key stakeholders would include a robust list, including the Chamber of Commerce, Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association, those neighborhood groups within the Moffett Boulevard area, such as Moffett Boulevard Neighborhood Group, the Cypress Point Homeowners Association groups, residents and property owners within the area, and also small businesses on Moffett Boulevard. As noted in the table on the slide, outreach would begin soon after consultant selection. Staff would also like to ask the council if the council has any feedback regarding staff's proposed outreach approach. Other parallel projects that would also be occurring within this project scope for Moffett Boulevard include, occurring at the same time as this proposed project, would include the Downtown Precise Plan Update, the Castro Street Grade Separation Project, the Economic Vitality Strategy, the Holistic Review of Street Parking, and also the Dark Sky Ordinance. In terms of project timelines, the project would start similar to the Downtown Precise Plan Update, but would conclude within a shorter timeline. And the reason is that the site is much smaller than the downtown area at 20 acres, and the city is required to meet the housing elements compliance deadline of December 31st, 2025. This concludes staff's report. I have before you the slide with the 3 questions that the council may consider from the staff report. If you have any questions, staff would be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, because this is a study session, we allow the public to speak first. So now it's time for any member of the public, either joining us virtually or in person, to submit a speaker card or raise your hand in Zoom. We will go with in-person speakers first, and the first person up is Hala Al-Shawani. Hala? And everyone will have, we don't have a daunting number of people. Everyone will have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me okay? Okay.
We can, yes.
Yeah. Good evening, City Council, City staff. My name is Hala Al-Shawani. I am a resident in Old Mountain View neighborhood, and I have property on Cypress Point Drive, which would be in the Middlefield Boulevard area. I urge you to press city staff to work with them on a pedestrian plan. It is really imperative that an establishment of a precise plan for the Moffett Boulevard area is put forth instead of rezoning for the future developments. residents of that area, including my family, where they live on Cypress Point Drive, they need and deserve to keep all the existing green canopy and actually add to them. There's a beautiful canopy there surrounding the streets right next to Moffett Boulevard, so it's essential that we keep that for our health and sustainability. 2 is for walkable, bikeable neighborhoods with sidewalks that are wide and safe streetscapes. 3rd is retail shops. We need to retain the retail shops, the grocery stores, perhaps add more essential retail to the neighborhood there. It's a higher density area, so they definitely deserve to have these amenities, just like we do in downtown. The 4th is to limit the building heights to 4-story. So that really came about from the experience that I had dealing with 555 Middlefield Boulevard, and it was really hard to accommodate the neighborhood needs in terms of heights, because if things are not in the precise plan, they're not going to be able to push for that. And the reason for that is that the state now allows 50% bonus increase in height. And so we're going to have, if we limit it to 4, then the neighborhood is going to have at least 6-story buildings. And there needs to be a balance with that. So I think it would be good to have a limit on that. And again, I urge you not to go with the rezoning, because we don't want a repeat of the 555 Middlefield project where we had to make concessions, or the city has to make concessions to the developer in not keeping the green buffer against the freeway at the end of Cypress Point Drive, and many of you remember that. So yeah, please have a precise plan where the high-density part of town will be a natural extension of Castro Street. It will be pleasant to walk. It will be wonderful to go.
Thank you. Next, we have Alex Brown.
Hi. Been a long time coming, huh? All right, I'll keep it brief. Just want to talk about 2 of the main questions. Not as interested in the outreach one. Precise plans are more fun. I think you all love precise plans. Staff is good at them. They do enough of them, enough updates. I think in terms of timing, doing a precise plan and then being able to amend it over time like we have so many of the other ones is fine and also exciting. I think that this is an opportunity to redevelop the area. And I think that we should do the most that we can. I think that in terms of the scope, that trying to limit it to just that one narrow space that is currently in the change area is a waste, when instead we could be more holistic, consider the entire region and also the connections. And you're not going to get nearly as much of that if you limit it to just that one small stretch of road. So go big, do it all. Do I want to take the other 2 minutes? Just keep talking? No, okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next is George Markle.
Hi, I'm with the Cypress Point Neighborhoods and the Moffett Boulevard Neighborhood Group. Just before I came here tonight, I tallied up the results of a poll that we conducted on Nextdoor. The results in asking, should the city create a precise plan for Moffett Boulevard or simply rezone? Create a comprehensive, precise plan, 89%. Only 11% for rezoning. We have a tremendous opportunity here. This is the gateway to Mountain View. We've been calling it that. If you stand at the intersection of Central Expressway looking south, you see the product of some great investment. We are turning the city downtown area into a wonderful, welcoming place, a walkable place with shops and networks, shops and restaurants. And if you look to the left, looking south, you'll see the transit center. This really has the potential to become a really wonderful destination spot right by the transportation area. So when you're looking at that Castro area, you will see in a couple of years wonderful development. What happens if you do this? There's nothing to see. It's piecemeal. It's a product of decades of rezoning. Let's do this, let's do that, but nothing coherent. We did not have a comprehensive plan. The city has a wonderful opportunity here to complement what we are doing in the south of Central Expressway. We can now do north of Central Expressway. And think of the upcoming resident population. We're adding hundreds of new homes there. At the east spot and round the corner on Middlefield, all those homes, we will have thousands of people. This will provide a wonderful opportunity for businesses. If we can attract these businesses, we have businesses that are for sale, that have been buildings that have been vacant for a couple of years now. They can be purchased. We can collect parcels and have some really wonderful development. So I'd like you to please consider seriously the potential benefits to our city for not taking shortcuts, as we've done in the past, but investing in creating a precise plan. And by the way, I want to thank Aki. She has been wonderful in her outreach, talking to us, seeking as much input as she can. She's really done a wonderful job on this plan. And I'd like to see her get to work on a precise plan, maybe, huh? Thank you for listening. Oh.
Thank you, George. Next, we have Daniel Shane. Daniel?
Greetings. How you doing? I'm Dan Shane. I represent the Cypress Point Community Preservation Group. I'm also a homeowner. I live on Cypress Point Drive. I think it's unquestionable that the majority of the community wants a precise plan, want more of a detailed plan. However, we need to make this plan done in an expeditious manner. You know, precise plans, I guess, in the past had taken long periods of time. But if there's a way for the council to expedite the precise plan process, it would be a very good thing to do because, and this is one of our major concerns, is that developers, if they continue to do development on the Moffett Boulevard corridor, they may develop the area before we even have a chance to do a precise plan that can be, like George said, it's a grand opportunity that we have. We've got an open slate, really. We can build with innovative ideas, green practices, you know, all the great sustainable things we can do out there. We can make it a lively area. We can make it a fun area. We could bring in services and entertainment for the community. I mean, there is just so much that can be done, but I agree with Alex that, you know, this plan should be extended and widened. To what extent, I don't know, but it seems to be just everything's connected. You have an opportunity here to really do something exciting. So I think you should. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I see no more in-person speakers. Is there anyone I'm missing? Okay, then we'll move to virtual speakers. The first speaker is Robert Cox.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, Mayor Hicks, Vice Mayor Showalter, and members of the City Council, Robert Cox speaking to you from the Steering Committee of Livable Mountain View. We have already sent in a letter, so let me just hit the highlights. We enthusiastically endorse doing a precise plan for the Moffett Change area, rather than simply upzoning the area to be in compliance with the housing element. Having a Moffett precise plan has been a goal of Livable Mountain View since its inception in 2017. This is the time to move forward with that vision, make Moffett a walkable, livable, sustainable extension of our downtown. A simple rezoning would not take into considerations the needs of future and current residents of the Moffett area. The active participation of Moffett area residents in recent development discussions before council shows these residents care deeply about the future of their part of the city as we continue to densify. We just heard from Mr. Merkel and Mr. Shane just a minute ago, and Hala al-Shahwani. We continue to support a high-quality pedestrian and bicycle connection between the Moffett area and downtown, connected to a world-class transit center. The connection must be safe, well-lit, and enhanced by high-quality public art. I've heard that there are some concerns, perhaps, about will we find the money for the high-quality public art? This is going to be one of your best investments that you could do in our future. It will be setting the standard for Mountain View for years to come, so don't cut costs on the high-quality public art. We appreciate that at the initial Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association outreach meeting on the downtown precise plan, Moffett area city planner Aki Snelling was present and took our feedback on our vision of the Moffett area. And we look forward to continuing high quality outreach, especially to those who live in or are living adjacent to the Moffett Change area. Thank you for listening to our views. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Cliff Chambers.
Hi, this is Cliff Chambers. I'm resident of Mountain View, and I'll be tracking the Moffett area precise plan, hopefully, as part of for the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. But I'm speaking on myself tonight. I really appreciate what Robert Cox and others just said, and I had a chance to review the notes from the October 3rd meeting that they had, and I'm really in alignment with most of those observations and comments, and I really won't repeat them here. I also want to have strong support for the precise plan option. There really are significant moving parts for land use, transportation, economic development, et cetera, that need to be addressed in to make this a vibrant extension of downtown, and the precise plan is really the best way to address these issues. I really do support the inclusion, or at least strong consideration, of the Shenandoah Square site in the precise plan. The staff report gave a lot of really good background on this, but it really concluded that there's some, at least early discussions about the site, possibly in concert with MVLA. And so I think you really need to look down the road to the future and be prepared if those discussions go through. There should be some mechanism for including Shenandoah site into the precise plan if that happens. And then finally, I'd just like to give a little bit of comment on the scope of work, which I think is overall quite good. But I really am, and many people have commented about it tonight, there's a lot of changes that are going on in terms of potential transportation improvements. And I really urge the council to consider really including the streetscape and the TDM element into a much more robust mobility section of the precise plan, similar to what was done in the very complex issues for the East Wisman precise plan. I think a comprehensive mobility plan is really what's needed here. So I urge you to urge staff to do that. Thank you very much for your time. Bye.
Thank you. Next, we have Peter Katz.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Mary Hicks. I'm Peter Katz, CEO of the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce. And, you know, it's been great to hear from the residents and how we're all sharing the same concerns and really coming to the same conclusions. The Chamber's excited to see the city focus on Moffett and is grateful to have been part of the early outreach. As staff and previous speakers have noted, this area is quickly developing and has wonderful potential for revitalization. As important, with the closing of the entrance to downtown at the train tracks, Moffett becomes a vital artery from 101 to our commercial centers. Thus, thoughtful design that supports and welcomes visitors and residents alike to our city, as well as creates an area with a personality and sense of place on its own, is an exciting prospect. To accomplish this goal, we encourage Council to provide a clear vision with specific guidelines, such as those shared by previous speakers, whether by precise plan or by zoning, but to be precise. We also encourage looking farther down Moffett than Middlefield. The remaining segment includes small businesses, the Ameswell Hotel, and access to the beloved Stevens Creek Trail, which are all important elements of our city's persona, but sadly, sitting apart rather than well integrated. A larger plan could address this and enhance a vital and blossoming corridor. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Let's see. Next, we have April Webster.
Hi, my name is April Webster. I'm a resident of the Moffett Boulevard neighborhood. I live on Cypress Point Drive. I'm strongly in favor of a precise plan that creates a seamless extension of downtown. And I think its boundaries should be extended on the north end to 85 to include all residential areas in the neighborhood, which don't end at Middlefield. I have lived in this neighborhood for over 13 years. I love my neighborhood. I love being within walking distance of downtown, the transit center, Stevens Creek Trail, a community garden, and being right next to the bike boulevard. I think we should prioritize the resources and framework we need to create a thoughtful and intentional vision for our neighborhood. I think we need to think bigger, bolder, and more holistically about what we want it to look like, what we want to prioritize in it, and how we can create that not only through our built environment, but also through community programs we can put in place. And I think we can only do that as part of a precise plan. I want us to, as others have said, I want to see us prioritize places where we can connect more organically with neighborhoods. I want to see safer and more comfortable streets, unlike the hostile landscape we have on Moffett. I want the city to help us build a neighborhood that puts people first and integrates nature, art, and gathering places. One that could help us build stronger, more connected, walkable, bikeable, and climate resilient, and a people-first community. And I want to point out that zoning or a streetscape plan alone can't provide these opportunities to create the vision painted by so many residents tonight. For example, it can't address programs to say small businesses like Jail Produce or the Awesome Indian Place, Pizza Place in the same area, programs to encourage businesses to move into the neighborhood. Be great to see a coffee shop or a bookstore on our side of the tracks. Public art and outdoor music, like an outdoor piano program, and then other design standards that help us create a unique neighborhood aesthetic. So just, in short, precise plan. Thanks, and I cede my time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Albert Jeans. Albert, are you there?
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, Albert Jeans, Sterling Estates neighborhood. Yeah, I pretty much agree with what everybody else has said about the need for a precise plan. I would just like to note that because you want this to integrate with downtown, because Castro is now shut off there, it's going to be really hard to do that integration without a precise plan. I mean, it's going to have to take some really innovative design, I think, to make a seamless transition from Castro to Moffett there. And like others have said, I would like to see it extended northward to the NASA Ames boundary, because there's a lot of people that work there. The Ameswell Hotel was just built there, and there's a big office building. A lot of those people would like probably to go to downtown, and it's not easy right now. I ride my bike along there a lot of times. It's, like April said, it's a very hostile environment. I understand that it may be difficult to include the Shenandoah Square area because it's not part of Mountain View technically, and the Army doesn't seem to be moving forward very quickly with that. But as somebody else said, if there's some way we could kind of make contingent area and at least, for the time being, plan around it. And again, because the current planning area is so small, I think extending it, the planning area just a few.
Albert, you're cutting in and out, and at this point you're out. Can you hear us? Well, I think Albert had 30 seconds left. If he wants to come back for 30 seconds, he can. But for now, we'll go to Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive, speaking for myself, although I belong to several organizations in town. Here are my comments. Moffett Boulevard between Central Expressway and Highway 85, all the way up to Highway 85, as potentially revision, stands a great chance of expanding on our downtown corridor in a meaningful way, in part due to pending work on the new undercrossing, as was noted, and the transit center, as was also noted, and also with the new pedestrian mall and what might come of the downtown precise plan, and with key access already to the Stevens Creek Trail in mind. One concern I have is that rezoning alone won't cover other considerations that would be covered in a precise plan. So that's one of your options there. For example, rezoning alone wouldn't do things like programming for saving small grocers and other small businesses, public places, green spaces, art strategy, and a real comprehensive look at transportation changes. So in this work, please provide ample support for those things for new housing, particularly affordable housing, active transportation improvements, including green complete streets, and with an eye on existing capital improvement program projects that could possibly be subject to further delays as a result of this work. Sometimes those CIP projects get very long delayed, and it's unfortunate when that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. And last, we have Emil Abraham.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
All right. So I'm Emil. I live at 555 West Middlefield at Hughes Middle Creek. So I generally agree with all the other public comments. Pursuing a precise plan will definitely allow a more holistic approach than rezoning alone. I feel like Moffett Boulevard has massive potential to be an extension of downtown. Tons of my neighbors already get their groceries at JL Produce and they eat at the restaurants. And I would love to see more small businesses open up along this corridor. And I think a lot more folks would also love to be able to walk or bike to get there too. And all my neighbors also enjoy walking to the downtown and spending their time and money there. So if we could extend the treatment that downtown gets into Moffett Boulevard, I think it's a great way to revitalize the area. And yeah, just like the other folks said before me, I think a precise plan is definitely the best way to make sure we include all the facets and turn a good community into a great livable community. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, I see no more hands on Zoom. Let me make sure that's true. Yes. And nobody else in person. So this is your last call. And I will be closing public comment and taking the item back to council. First, we'll take questions only, not points of view, from council members, and then we'll move on to answers to the questions we've been asked, comments and answers to the questions we've been asked. So do any council members have questions? And I will note that we had robust written questions already, so council members may or may not have additional questions. Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. What happened to is the cycle track project still alive? That was supposed to go through, I think it's the 100 Moffett and along Sterling Road onto, Shoreline Boulevard.
Yes, all right. Good evening, Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director, and thank you for the question, Councilmember Abekoga. The short answer is yes, that project is completing design and getting ready to come to you soon for approval to advertise and begin construction. We were fortunate to receive federal grant funding for that, which is why we need to keep it moving along. That project was part of the overall plan to create a very convenient and direct bicycle connection from the transit center all the way up into North Bay Shore. So that whole bicycle corridor is being developed in phases, where, as you may know, the Shoreline Transit Lane project includes protected bikeways on Shoreline between Middlefield and 101, and then there's supposed to be a future bike ped bridge over 101. But getting from the transit center to Shoreline at Middlefield involved the grade separation project, the undercrossing, with a direct connection then to Shoreline. And so the project you're referencing will include various bike and ped improvements along Shoreline till you get into the connection with Shoreline at Montecito, and then a protected bikeway on Shoreline to connect to the protected bikeway on Middlefield. So I hope I explained that cleanly, how this is a very comprehensive bicycle plan being delivered as 4 separate projects, and they're all in various stages of progress.
Great, thank you. And then for Moffett Boulevard, what are we, could you just remind me, like, what are we planning for that? And especially now with the closure of the grade separation being a closure, is it? And I remember there's some bus stops, I think, or pickup zones that we're looking at along Central, I believe. But
so quite a bit.
What we're planning there.
Yeah, some of that has been adjusted for various reasons. One of them being just changes in transit ridership and what's going on with the pandemic, combined with ensuring we could continue delivering the grade separation project as cost effectively and expeditiously as possible. So we did go to the Council Transportation Committee last spring and provide a complete update, including some recommendations to phase some of the Central Expressway related improvements to be a future project, and which really simplifies some of the delivery of the project. And that included the installation of bus duckouts along the south side of Central Expressway right up against the transit center. So that portion is now going to be done in the future as a separate project along with other Central Expressway related improvements. What's still part of the project is to convert the Central Expressway and Moffett Boulevard intersection into a T intersection, because cars can no longer go through, which means reconfiguring that intersection, the signal system in there, and allows a road diet of Moffett Boulevard from what is now 5 lanes at the approach to the intersection down to 3. Because for the southbound, we just need a lane that turns left onto Central and a lane that turns right. And for northbound, we just need a single lane going northbound. And then the project included repurposing the right-of-way that's saved from reducing these lanes to add parking protected bike lanes on Moffett from Central Expressway up to about Jackson, and then continuing with improved bike facilities up to Central Avenue, as well as was mentioned earlier, moving VTA bus stops closer to Central, and some other various improvements. So that right now is included in the grade separation project scope of work. If I can just anticipate a next step here, because it was part of the council question Q&A. If there is a desire to re-look at the design of that area in terms of everything related to bikes and peds, there is not time to do that and still try to deliver the grade separation project on the schedule it's going. So if there is such a desire to make a look at that streetscape design as part of this additional study, we would have to look at pulling it out of the scope of work for the grade SEP and just focus on the T intersection, which means we would be delaying those bike improvements. So that's what we put in the response to the question and answer to, because again, I know some of the considerations here are what to do about streetscape planning in the future, but once we build some of these improvements as part of this per the grade SEP, it would be a little more difficult to go back and make changes, or a little more expensive.
And we do need to move forward with the grade SEP project because of the funding that we've been able to acquire. And I know we still have a little small gap, but isn't there some time limit on some of these?
The issue we're facing with the grade separation project that's really the biggest time consideration is the longer it takes to do it, the greater the expensive it's going to get. Cost escalation right now for construction projects is major. The inflation impacts on labor and materials, supply chain problems have really increased the cost of infrastructure projects everywhere. So one of the things is we did receive a new estimate for this grade separation project, taking into account all the impacts of inflation, everything else going on, and it is coming in significantly higher now. We do have a meeting planned on November 28th with the Council Transportation Committee where we're bringing forward this new information and discussing what this could mean for the scope of work if we wanted to try to keep the project on schedule, and then asking Council Transportation Commission to help provide a recommendation to the full council to consider in January. And really wanted to be transparent with you about that because, again, I know you're making a lot of decisions here and wanted you to know that we do have major decisions still to make on the grade separation project, but our biggest concern is for every year delay on that project, we're going to be adding millions of dollars to the cost for every year. So we're going to have to deal with those trade-offs.
You give it, what's the increased cost right now?
The initial increased cost, which we will be sharing, but I'm still waiting for the final details, came in as needing an additional $80 to $90 million. So what we're coming forward with is options for council to consider, value engineering, that could help us bring down the costs, and they could include phasing, meaning that the grade SEP delivers some pieces here, but we will have to deliver other parts of it as separate projects later on. So again, I don't want to go sideways with your meeting tonight. That it is a big discussion point, which is why I'm also putting out there that any changes made to Moffett Boulevard streetscape plans that you want to integrate into the grade SEP could be very problematic. But another option is for us to explore, do we wait on some of those improvements?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the sobering reality. The other question I had was regarding the housing element, the mention of it, the deadline, and we have to get it done by end of 25. What happens if we don't?
It's kind of a whole new world. As we all know, the state is really ramping up and has been for the last several years their enforcement. We also have a lot of watchdogs in this community that are very likely to report that information to the state. So it's very difficult to know how the state would respond to missing deadlines at this time. We are in right at the beginning of our cycle, and so we don't have a lot of peers right now for seeing like who's missed deadlines and what has the state done, especially for this cycle. So our goals right now is to stick with the deadlines in the housing element and try to move forward on them as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ramos?
Thank you, Mayor. I had some questions relating to changes in boundaries and how does that equate to changes in timeline. So in the staff report, you mentioned Shenandoah Square, and that's probably because it's like technically not part of Mountain View yet. It's federal land, and we have to kind of work with that, and that puts a lot of unknown things. But there are other areas that could be expanded. How much does that affect the time frame if you do?
It really comes down to how quickly are we able to bring forward and get resolution on that question, that ultimate question of the boundary and what to include. If say we extend the project into some of the single family or lower density neighborhoods around Moffett Boulevard, I assume that's kind of the type of thing that you're asking about.
Yeah, I guess it's not
specifically, but
specifically,
for example,
but just like it's a tiny area. Is it like a question of like if you double the area, does it double the time?
Not necessarily, but certainly there is a lot more outreach that we would have to do with those neighborhoods, with anybody that could be incorporated into a precise plan boundary. More outreach does mean more conversations with the community, more potential for kind of controversy and discussion and trying to find win-wins and bringing forward kind of preferred alternatives for those neighborhoods to council that solve multiple issues that may come up in those discussions. So it's always possible to move quickly, but you run the risk that you're not giving residents and property owners the fair opportunity to provide input. The big advantage to just sticking with the general plan change area is that the general plan direction has been effectively the policy of the city for 10 years now, right? Those property owners know about the general plan change area direction, right? We can build off of that fairly efficiently. And so if we're changing the general plan direction for any surrounding properties, that could be more complicated with the outreach.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. I have some questions about the timelines for implementing either direction that the council may go. So the precise plan, I think staff had shared, takes around 2 years typically, or between 2 to 3 years, depending on the level of complexity. What would be the likely time frame for the rezoning approach?
Again, I think it depends on how, ultimately what council wants to include in the project. We're always on CEQA's timeline, and that's going to be in both projects, right? That's going to be at least 10 months, just from picking a preferred alternative to adoption. And so we did complete, for example, the San Antonio and El Camino precise plans. We completed those in 18 months or so, so less than 2 years. We had a lot of great foundation from the general plan to work off of. And so there wasn't a lot of that kind of second guessing and testing alternatives and trying to reestablish policy so that was a real asset to just building off of the general plan. The general plan's a little older now, so we're not necessarily expecting it to be as streamlined as the El Camino and San Antonio precise plans were. But again, there is a lot to work off of from the general plan. A rezoning approach would certainly have less work, especially if council is not interested in integrating a streetscape plan or integrating any of these aspects that are kind of most effectively done with a precise plan. Things like kind of targeted placemaking strategies or targeted small business strategies, things like that. So how much less? On the order of months, probably several months, 2 or 3 months maybe. But really, like I said, CEQA is driving the timeline.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm trying to understand if we were to do the bare minimum to meet the housing element requirement, it would basically, so 1.85 floor area ratio is the general plan land use designation right now, right? So it would be basically a conforming rezoning.
Yeah.
But we don't have a mixed use corridor conforming zoning district, right?
That's right.
So would the work basically be, we're creating a new zoning district that conforms to the existing land use designation?
That's right.
Okay, that's really helpful. And then one thing that I'm curious to understand, the general plan already allows 1.85 FAR, which means, and help me understand this in theory, that if somebody were to come in with a project that uses the density bonus law, that would actually be the basis for the determination of density, right?
That's right.
So what really is the value add of doing a conforming rezoning if the general plan already permits what we're saying we want to rezone to?
Well, we're required to under both the housing element and state law. But I would also say that a conforming zoning can set expectations about character, development standards, expectations for open area and setbacks, and can also set policies. You may remember from the village center zoning that we did back in January, we had some general policies for things like ensuring pedestrian access through the sites and public plazas and other standards that help to implement the policies of the general plan for village centers. So we can address those policies, we can set up standards that achieve those goals, but they would be on a more general level rather than a precise plan where you can really target it to specific locations on the corridor or specific needs of specific businesses.
Okay, I might have some comments on that later, but thank you. That's helpful for now.
And this is a pretty general question. Do you see a way of phasing or sectioning work on, if we were to do a precise plan, that would allow us to target the housing element requirements more quickly than some other aspects of the precise plan? I mean, I can imagine several ways of doing that, but you can probably imagine them better than me. I mean, one is that the downtown precise plan has multiple, it has multiple areas. Could we focus on one area and do it first, or some other sort of serialization that would allow us to maybe meet the housing element requirements and also meet some of what the community's desiring of a sort of holistic precise plan at the same time? In a serial way?
The housing element requires us to take the whole Moffett Boulevard change area, that needs to be rezoned and rezone it. That's what the housing element requires. Now, so any kind of serialization would have to, take that action of rezoning, upzoning, providing the development standards and heights and densities for that area that we need to upzone. So, off the cuff, theoretically, we could do just a standard zoning for Moffett Boulevard as an initial action and then take more time with the precise plan and then just integrate those standards into a precise plan later on. We couldn't do a geographic approach, because we would have to do all of that this project area by the end of 2025.
Okay, thank you. Question, council members or vice mayor?
Yes. So basically, we have the possibility before us to do the downtown precise plan and the Moffett precise plan kind of in tandem. And that's really a great opportunity, it seems to me anyway, because they're right next to each other and we want one to be kind of a gateway to the other. We want a lot of connections. So, could you talk a little bit about what are the synergies that we get from doing them together, and what would we lose in those synergies if we're only doing the rezoning? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that the big synergies that we get are things like existing conditions analyses, some of the reports that we might be able to have about, say, retail demand or other reports that council may want us to study in order to kind of craft the best planning document. A lot of those existing conditions analyses can be done with both a rezoning or a precise plan. I think where you get, and this is kind of building off of a lot of what we heard from the public comment, but in my mind right now, the clearest synergy is really that placemaking opportunity that you get with the precise plan. You really have limited opportunity for placemaking with a standard zoning district because you're really treating every property the same. And you're not creating those kind of that map-based kind of guidance for how do we want this part of the corridor to feel? How do we want it to transition to other parts of the corridor? How does it interact? Does the private property and public property interact in this area in order to support the vision that the community has for that gateway experience?
Thank you.
So seeing no more questions, a last call. I see no more council questions. So we will move into, I'm going to let us answer all three questions, and that will allow people to, council members to say what they think. And then if you want to address something that another council member has said, you can go back for a second round of comments. And I will, I think, break with tradition. And as mayor usually speaks last, but once in a while the mayor can speak first. So I'm just going to say, I just want to start out by saying that I have been watching this area for 25 years since I moved here, and have been sort of tragically astounded at the way it's been developing to feel not like it's the center of our city, but like it's 10 miles away and we all want to just drive through there and drive out. And I've seen one development after another. A key one to me is the hotel, which some people have told me has a bar inside, but I wouldn't know, and maybe it doesn't. I don't know, but because it's not facing the street as it would if it were on Castro Street. You know, it may or may not be in there somewhere. So it's not inviting us in, and it's certainly not inviting us to walk down the street and window shop and then walk a little longer. It's inviting us to get in our car and drive wherever we're going. So I was going to make a stump speech in favor of the precise plan, but I feel with what all the residents have said, I really don't even have to do that because I would just be repeating what you said. So let me see if I can figure out a couple of things that have not already been said. One thing is that the staff report says that it's a gateway to the downtown. I feel like at this point it needs to be more than a gateway. It needs to be a place in and of itself, which is some of what you were talking about, the importance of placemaking and the reason to do a precise plan. Another thing that I guess no one has brought up yet is when people talk about downtowns and walkable commercial areas, they often say that approximately every 30 years you need to refresh and renew them. You know, things have changed, they're out of date, people don't want to go there anymore, particularly in an environment like we have here, a bunch of small towns on the peninsula. Maybe they want to go. I mean, actually, our downtown studies show it's drawing a lot of people from other cities, but maybe after a while they don't want to go there anymore. They want to go to Palo Alto or Los Altos or Sunnyvale. So we need to kind of keep up with the Joneses, and I feel like we did a major redo of our downtown approximately 30 years ago, and it's time to do that again and include the other half of our downtown. And as mayor, I've talked to a lot of mayors from other cities. I feel that Sunnyvale's putting major effort into their transit-oriented city center. I know that Santa Clara is doing like a major new entertainment district because they got rid of their downtown at one point. Palo Alto is doing the same thing. They're looking at 5 different kind of walkable commercial areas and saying they want to remain best or be best in class. You know, they want to be competitive in the area. And San Francisco is also looking at like 3 different, I forget what they call them, like a gateway area, Union Square, and a third one that I forget. So I think we should do the same. I think we need to do the same thing. I think we need to focus on placemaking, a precise plan, and keep up with the cities around us, in particular because we're going through major changes in land use with remote work and coming out of the post-COVID environment where people are shopping online more. There are differences in what kind of retail we would need, and I think we need a precise plan to address all those things. So I'm making a pitch for a precise plan. I hope I'm not the only person on council who does that. In terms of boundaries, I'm open, as so many people have said, to look at wider boundaries. People have said include Santa Rosa, and so go to the sides. I would prefer to go at least to 85. Several people have said at the Moffett base, there's going to be a new location for UC Berkeley, and that's going to bring a lot of people possibly traveling from up and down Moffett from the train station to the new UC Berkeley location, and possibly, you know, making that street more vibrant in a lot of ways that residents have talked about. So I would be open to widening the boundary, lengthening the boundary. I would like to have like Shenandoah and some of the other areas that I don't think are going to change immediately. I think we address this area not very often. So I think we have to think, you know, we don't know what will happen 40 years from now. We could at least put notes in some of those places to give a hint about, you know, that we want them to be part of this center city. We want them to be vibrant. We don't want to have sort of an away from the street suburban style development. And I'd like us to use asset-based planning, which is look at the assets that are already there, be they trees or other historic assets like the adobe, and make sure we don't erase those, make sure we highlight them rather than erase them. I actually think we should be using asset-based planning everywhere. And with that, let's see, what are the other, I will leave other comments for later or just let other council members make them. So with that, let's see. Next person is Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Well, I just want to thank staff and the community. I'm really excited that we're discussing this tonight. It's been many years in the making, and now that I moved, I can be part of the discussion and the conversation and talk about what a wonderful area this is in the city. I think it's ripe with potential, and tonight we get to help shape that. So for question 1 on council preference, I agree with the community on moving forward with a precise plan. I do think that because of the conversations we've had over the years, including a very large project that had robust community outreach, I think it gives us a good base. And so I love that 18 months has been thrown out there. You know, we'll have to meet that housing element deadline anyways. But I feel like we have a really good foundation, and I want to thank staff and the community for that, because it's been great. In terms of question 2 for council feedback regarding A, so the key elements and the deliverables, one of the things I wanted to highlight in terms of the scope of work as a is the item 10, the small business retention. There's such great gems as some of those in public comment shared in terms of small businesses. There's a community grocery store, for example, and I myself walked there every weekend, and I'm sure many in the community do. So for me, I just wanted to highlight that as a key element that I'd like to see focused on. And we've seen that too in terms of sharing with the development community. We've seen the project on El Camino in Castro where the small businesses were able to return into that development. Whether they stay or not is up to them, but they were able to return. And so I think that that's something I'd like to see happen as we're thinking about moving forward with the precise plan. And then for B, project boundary, I've been thinking a lot about this because I understand maybe colleagues' concerns on timeline, but I think that given our existing work, I am interested in moving the boundary to, I would say, 85. And I would share with my colleagues, I say 85 because the North Wisman area actually has a neighborhood group that's unified and robust, and 85 right there is the entrance to the Stevens Creek Trail. And so as we're talking through Public Works Director Cameron's discussion of the streetscapes, the pedestrian improvements we'll be making, I really think there's an opportunity for people to be able to go from our downtown all the way to that 85 Stevens Creek Trail entrance. And so that's why I'd like to include it. I don't really feel like going kind of beyond that, just kind of the existing corridor there, because many people use the trail for commuting or other purposes, and I will say, Mayor, when you go to the other side, and I think the hotel you're talking about is Ameswell, they have many things there. They have a restaurant, a bar, a coffee shop. It's lovely, and I think people in the community also walk there. And I know they use the trail to get to that hotel. And there's also the trail entrance that has been working on with Valley Water, I believe, for that entrance. Yes, I see Public Works Director Cameron shaking her head. So I'm really trying to think of connectivity for community, the residents, and so that's where I feel support for that project boundary extension. For question number 3, kind of additional feedback for the proposed outreach, I really appreciate how staff has been talking about the parallel city projects, because maybe while the community is aware of what's been going on with Moffett and there might be a precise plan coming, they might not be as aware of the others. And so I would say, as we're doing our outreach, being able to share about these parallel city projects would be great. And then hopefully that will lead to like further comment on the other projects. And so, kind of multiple, I don't want to say birds because we don't want to hit birds, but multiple, rings of influence at the same time would be what I'd say. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did want to clarify, I did not mean the Ameswell. I meant what is it called? It's the Hampton Inn that people have told me that's behind a suburban style berm, and it may or may not have a bar inside. I don't know. But the Ameswell definitely does have a lot inside. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. And echoing my colleague, Councilmember Kamei, I'm also very excited to begin this work. And it's rare to have such strong and basically unanimous community support for many of the for a precise plan and for a more comprehensive review or thinking of the Moffett Boulevard corridor. And I also want to take some time to appreciate the work that staff has been doing with preliminary outreach. We got a lot of kudos for staff from the community, so I think you've done a fantastic job not only getting preliminary input, but also framing this in a way that helps the council think about how we want to proceed. So a lot of great work, and I'm really excited to begin this work. But so while I support a precise plan, I want to be careful not to rush it, because I think especially if we expand the boundaries and we take the time to really think about what the community hopes to achieve, it's probably not something. I mean, maybe we could do it in 18 months, but I'm concerned that we might not be able to solicit the level of community support or input that we may need, especially if we are starting to work with property owners who weren't initially thinking that they were going to be part of a change area. So I'm comfortable with taking the time that we need to do this right, and that makes me think about how we get into technical compliance with the housing element. I think there are a couple of things that influence my thinking. One is that the general plan already allows the FAR and density that we say we're going to rezone to. And there's certainly a lot of value in a conforming rezoning. It provides some clarity on development standards. But I just don't see that as, I think you're right, Eric, that there are stakeholders and watchdogs in our community who will be paying close attention to our compliance with the housing element, but this isn't one that I feel like folks are going to pay too much attention to, because the general plan already gives them the development capacity that they need to build the housing that we want to build in that area. So I view that as, not that I want to let a lot of deadlines slip, but I'm personally less concerned that that's one that's going to come back and hurt us. And I would say it's analogous to the SB 1333 conforming rezonings that the state also mandates. And there are, as we've talked about a few times, there are some parcels that we have not chosen to align with the general plan for perfectly valid reasons, right? Like, I always forget, Bruce Bauer, right, is a good example of that, where the general plan says residential and the zoning says industrial. So and that hasn't been a problem for us yet. So I feel like I really don't want to, I hope it doesn't become a problem for us. But for as long, I don't think Bruce Bauer is interested in converting to residential anytime soon anyway. So I do think a precise plan is the right way to go, and I feel like we can afford to take the time that we need to do it right. If we do need to take some type of action, I think the easiest way to do it is to just update the commercial residential arterial zoning district, kind of like what we did with was it commercial neighborhood for the general plan village centers, which staff was able to do, I think, fairly expeditiously in time for that deadline before the housing element cycle began. So I feel like, just update. The general plan is what it is. Updating the CRA zoning district to align with the general plan in order to get technical compliance with the housing element feels like an easy and simple solution to the problem of how do we get into technical compliance by our deadline, if we even need to do that. So for question 2, I'm very happy with the key elements and deliverables that staff identified. I don't really have too much to add. I think Councilmember Kamei and the mayor had focused on some things that I also would like to elevate, so I'm in alignment with them. And I agree also on exploring expanding the project boundary. And I would add as potential objectives, personally, I don't like P districts. I think we should not have them to the extent possible. So this feels like a good opportunity to retire the P districts that are along the corridor, just fold them into the precise plan. And then we have, I think, clarity and some transparency about what is expected of those properties. And then, as my colleagues had mentioned, exploring going outward a little bit into the neighborhood, making sure that we reach out to the neighborhood and understand what we could accomplish by doing that, and being respectful of transition, but also moving northward toward Moffett. I think that's a great idea. And I would be interested, as the mayor was describing, in thinking about maybe in a little bit different context, not necessarily a temporal segmenting, but having different sub areas within the precise plan, kind of like what we do with downtown, right? So that way we can capture areas like Shenandoah without upzoning them, but we could apply, for instance, our streetscape expectations and clarify that we really aren't looking at high density housing there, maybe later, but right now it's really intended to help us achieve objectives like getting a new school in the area, or maybe 100% affordable housing. So I'm supportive of expanding the boundary, and for question 3, I support staff's proposed outreach approach. I think it's very robust, and already we've gotten a lot of enthusiastic input from the community, so I think we're on the right track. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Wow, it's nice to have everybody kind of be in sync. I too think that a precise plan is a much better idea. I mean, really, the Environmental Planning Commission was founded in the 70s to do long-term planning because we felt that that would work much, much better. I mean, I didn't feel like, I wasn't here then, but the people who were here felt like it would just work much, much better for our community. And I think they were right, and it has. And that's the way, that's our custom for carrying out these tailored plans that really make sure that the city exerts the kind of control and innovation on our community that we can. And, I think it's important to remember that we can't really control, how much the rents are or how much a building costs, but we can really control that it's designed well and that it's built well and that the community is designed well. And precise plans are just exactly the way we typically do that. And I think that Moffett Field is, more than the Moffett Boulevard is more than ripe for this. And so I'm glad to hear that other people share that opinion. That's great. I'm a little equivocal about the boundaries. I'm not sure how changing the boundaries would change the amount of time required, but I do think because of 555 goes to 85 and the Cypress Point HOA goes in that area, it's a logical idea, and certainly the connection to the Stevens Creek Trail is really important. That is sort of one of the spines of our bicycle networks, and getting people connected to it is very important. So I'm okay with that, but I just wonder how long it will take to get that decision made. Maybe we can talk a little later about what the process would be to make the boundary change and come back to us with that. So that's question 1, I think. And then question 2 is about the key elements, isn't it, of the plan? Okay, so this is getting a little more into the nitty-gritty of it, but I think this is just vitally important. To me, there are a couple things that are just prime. One is the visioning. It seems like we have a vision that this area is an extension of the downtown, and I don't question that. But I think we should. Just reinforce that and make sure that everybody agrees with that, and a little bit more about what that means. So I think the visioning is really, really important. And then another thing that I think is just vitally important here to make that visioning work is the streetscape. We're going to be making this into sort of a pedestrian wonderland in a lot of ways, because we're going to have this underpass under the railroad track to downtown. So we want to make sure that this area is just fabulous for people to walk around. And that means we have to have a great streetscape. I can't say it, sorry, but I know what it is. And so I think that's very, very important. And everything else, kind of the placemaking, sort of follows, from my feeling, kind of follows from that. I'm also a little more confused, and maybe I should have asked this question, about the small business retention. I mean, obviously, it would be great to retain the small businesses that are currently there. And if there are things that we can do in the precise plan, which is sort of a long-term plan to help that, then yes, they should be included. But given the economic situation in our community right now, we know that there's a lot of things we want to be done very quickly. And that falls into the economic vitality plan. So I'm a little confused about how those two things work together. And I want to make sure that whatever we put in the precise plan kind of reinforces or helps the progress that's made with the economic vitality plan. And they're not at odds. So they really need to work together closely. And then I would just kind of ditto what people have said about the outreach. I think there's a really robust plan here for doing outreach, and I think that we can really make do an even better job than we might otherwise by doing some combining of the outreach for the downtown plan and the Moffett plan. And I'm sure staff can come up with ways to, to make those work when they're appropriate together and when they're not appropriate not together. But I didn't see the Windmill Park HOA on the list, and I want to make sure that that gets added. Let's see, what's question 4? Sorry. Oh, there's no 4. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Councilmember Abicoga.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the presentation and your work on this. I don't think it's a mystery where I stand on question number 1, having been a part of the general plan update where we had the Moffett Precise Plan as one of our change areas. Frankly, if I was hoping that we would have done this way back when, rather than doing some of the gatekeeper projects that had come into this area. I think we should have done the precise plan and planned it out and had the, followed the vision that we had back then when we did the update. So definitely it's a little late. I guess it's never too late, but it's a little later than I expected. But I think we should go ahead and move forward with the precise plan. And I think it's because of lessons learned from when we just do one-offs and gatekeeper projects. We don't get the full range of the amenities that we need to make an area not just a bunch of houses, but a neighborhood, including parks and retail and bike ped access and so forth. And so I think even more now, given that when we are closing auto traffic along here or along on the other side, the traffic to Castro Street, it gives us opportunity really to make it even more bike ped friendly. And I'm excited that we are going to from 5 to 3 lanes and being able to have more space to do that. So I think this is a good time. And maybe that's one benefit of waiting a little longer is that the transit center redevelopment has moved along to a point where this really does make a sense to integrate that connection. So very excited about that. For me, and it's in the visioning of this area of being an extension of downtown. I traveled to my motherland a couple of times this year, and I've really focused, frankly, on the transportation and transit system in there in Japan. And one thing, and it's not a mystery, we all know. The transit centers, the stations are centers of retail, frankly, and I've just wondered why. What does it take for us here to be able to do something like that? And I would really am excited to see if that's something we can explore doing in this area and making it a retail hub and a vibrant place. Especially with Caltrain electrification coming in, I am hopeful. I'm optimistic that transit will come back. It's struggling right now, but we frankly have to make transit work. So with that, I think, retail is a good complement, and I would really like to see this become a retail hub for the community. And I've talked to Caltrain about this too, like how do we make the transit center that, and they have land there, and I think we just really need to explore all those opportunities. So I hope that we can do that. In regards to the boundaries, I definitely am interested in extending north, I believe. And for me, I would like to include Shenandoah because having been involved in some of the conversations we've had with the Army, the federal government, they had, at certain points in time, they had their plans, and I don't necessarily think they were conducive to what our city's needs and our interests are. And so I guess for me, I feel like we should just go ahead and be proactive and lay out what our vision is for Shenandoah, and then let the Army decide if they can match that or not, instead of waiting for them to come up with a project that we have to respond to. I know that we've done that most of the time. We wait for the project and then we do the rezonings, but I don't think we get what we want when we do that. And so I'd rather go the other way and be proactive here and go ahead and move forward with what we want to see on the site, because we do have a lot of needs for the community, and this is a prime location and parcel that I think we can optimize. So I would like to at least include Shenandoah. I agree with my colleagues' comments. Connectivity is really key. So I'm not tied really to what the boundaries should be. I think, sure, 85 makes sense, but definitely I would like to include Shenandoah in this area. And I would ask too, I know that we talk it's federal land, but from my LAFCO days, I believe, LAFCO wants us to annex islands, and so we may want to look at moving forward with annexing this land into the city. Let's see, the other questions. Oh, key elements. I know there's a time deadline, but I appreciate Councilmember Ramirez's comments. I think we should take the time we need to plan this out well. I also think that in light of the other studies and plans we have in this area, we should really take the opportunity to integrate downtown, the transportation plan, retail, economic vitality, as the Vice Mayor mentioned. I think we, really should look at this comprehensively, and this is a great opportunity to do that. I will say, I understand and I appreciate staff, being mindful of the deadline. And, of course, if we can follow it, that's great. But in my hearing the conversations happening at MTC ABAG level, I'm still not clear what happened. Yeah, like you said, what's going to happen if we don't make these deadlines. I think if the intent is, we're on the right track and we're in the right direction, they'll probably give us some leeway. And also, I will mention that what has been talked about as the carrot or the stick with these housing elements and plans has been transportation money. And in light of the fiscal cliff that some of these transit agencies are facing, some of those monies are actually being looked at to fill those gaps. So I'm not even sure if the OBEG funds, for instance, are going to be around as a carrot or stick for the housing element. So, I think we just need to move forward and do what's best for our community and plan this out, thoughtfully, and take the time we need to do so. So, let's see. And then in terms of outreach, yeah, sounds like you've done great outreach already. Appreciate the compliments that the community has given to our staff, and I expect that you will continue on that path. And so, thank you for the work, and thank you to the community for all of your input too.
Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start with question 1. I support a precise plan, so it looks like we're getting very close to a near unanimous. We do have Councilmember Magic waiting on Zoom, but nearly unanimous, so we're quite excited to get that done. The boundaries, I support looking into getting wider boundaries. Exactly how that is, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think we'll really know what we want until we do the outreach. And so that's something. However, I would like to point out that once we get like past Shenandoah Square, it gets a little bit squishy with my conflict of interest because I do live in the North Wisman neighborhood. So as we're thinking about broadly, I think it's I was told it was still okay to just like as I think about it broadly, but when staff comes back with harder boundaries, that's something to consider. Shenandoah Square. What I was worried about with Shenandoah Square is because it's federal land, and I'm not in those conversations. I don't know how those conversations are going, and so I don't know what that time frame would mean because of how squishy that is. It would be nice to have some level of integration. I don't know what that means because it feels strange because it literally is technically not even Mountain View yet until we officially annex it. So that was question 1 and 2. Key elements. I really care about the streetscaping of it. Like my colleagues mentioned before, I do view this as an extension of downtown. And it is right there by the transit station. And I really do want us to take advantage that we have a transit station right there that we could really expand out and really imagine what that Moffett Precise Plan can be. One of the fun things, speaking of asset-based planning, I learn new vocabulary all the time with all y'all. But one of the things is using what we have there. We have a wonderful, the Adobe house is wonderful, but one of the fun things that I like, when I view of our historic resources, I think about knowing what certain places were. One of the fun things are, and we had there was a long time ago, there was a great presentation from the Historical Association about how in one of those areas inside the Moffett Precise Plan was Aero Development. Aero Development was the company that created some of the original rides for Disneyland, the happiest place on earth. So I think about that as it's one of our seeds of innovation that Mountain View has been known for. It's in our core, and that's one of the stop areas. I believe they have a small plaque there marking it. Not that we want to hold that building, whatever. In turn, I actually don't think the building is there anymore. I think it changed so much. But I want that spirit in our Moffett Precise Plan, that innovation, that we can do anything kind of thing. Other things. Yeah, I think overall that is. I'm worried about. From what Public Works Director Cameron mentioned about the if we do the precise plan, it might mean some delay in some of the original plans from streetscaping, and I'm hoping that this phasing plan might actually be better off so that we don't have to worry about losing that funding. I know that we will prioritize the transit center, and once we get the transit center, and then we have more to take our vision from. So I think that idea, I don't know if that's going to be part of our precise planning or if that's going to be a separate thing that the Public Works Director will let us know. I believe, Councilmember Kamei, you're trying to not say kill multiple birds with one stone. I always like to say feed multiple birds with one scone. Let's make that happen for this. I think we have the ability to make something really great with this precise plan. I worry a lot about the deadlines from the housing element, but one of the things I think about with the housing element, and I've been working with a lot of housing elements, and we're very fortunate in Mountain View that we have a compliant one, which is something not many cities in our area can say. But I think when we think about the deadlines and the metrics are there so that we could be held accountable to the overall goal of the housing element. And our housing element is supposed to be identifying the housing needs of our community and responding to them. I think we're doing that with the Moffett Precise Plan, and as long as we're open with how our Moffett Precise Plan will do that goal, I think the deadline will be more forgivable, if that makes sense. All right, thank you.
Okay, I hope so. Next, we have Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. And so I am really pleased to hear how many people are supportive of doing a precise plan, both on the council as well as in the community. I am supportive of doing a precise plan. I think it's really important to take a comprehensive look at this area and do comprehensive plans. You know, we've headed down the path before of doing just the visioning and then decided, yeah, that wasn't going to work. So we decided to do a precise plan. And I think this is, while different, it's also similar in that we should take a look at the whole thing. So definitely supportive of doing a precise plan. In terms of the second question, I appreciate the list that is in the staff report. And I'd like to just highlight a couple things for me that are really important. One is definitely the land use mix. I definitely want to include things like parks and open space, neighborhoods serving retail, green spaces, items that are elements that make for a very nice area in which you would want to visit or live. And along with that is the streetscape standards. I'm very interested in having a very walkable area, wide sidewalks and good tree canopy coverage. Public art and placemaking, again, I'm very interested in that. I think that makes for a very interesting, enjoyable place to visit or live. And the small business retention is very important to me. There are a lot of very interesting little businesses in the shopping center there, actually several of the shopping centers there, and it would be a shame to do something that would cause them to either close or move. And so I'm very interested in retaining them. I also want to make sure we factor in, as we think about this, the state density bonus law, especially if the boundaries are expanded. Many developers are making use of that law, and I think we need to think about that when it comes to what we would do in terms of rezoning. I guess I have very mixed feelings about expanding the boundaries. I can see where it might make sense, but I also look at what's there and some of the unknowns and wonder, does it really make sense? So, you know, if you go on the other side of Middlefield, we've got Shenandoah Square. I guess maybe I have a question for staff. If we rezoned that, that could potentially impact the value of that property, correct?
Yeah, I'll put this to the Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director.
Thank you for that question, Council Member. R.T. Shrivastava, Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director. Yes, upzoning the property will affect the value of that property.
Thank you. Yeah, so I guess I think I'd like to hold off and find out what the federal government is thinking. And we can always have in our back pocket what we want. But I guess I'm concerned about upzoning at this point, and the implications of doing that. And across the street, the condo development, you know, typically when you have all those individual owners, it's hard for that to change. And so I'm not sure it makes sense to expand it. So I'm actually leaning more toward keeping the current boundaries that we have. And then when it comes to outreach, I appreciate the long list and the outreach that has been done so far. I was specifically looking to see whether or not Sterling Estates, that neighborhood, was included, and it was on the slide that we saw tonight from staff, and so I think that's great. I really want to make sure we reach the people who live in the area and really listen to what they have to say. Because a lot of them will remain in the area, and this will impact how they experience the area and their enjoyment of it. So I really want to make sure we focus on what the existing residents have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have, I'll make my final comments, a couple of comments on things that other people had said. And one is that on the issue, one of my main concerns is the transportation projects that are underway, that with the question that Councilmember Abakoga asked and that Ms. Cameron answered. I'm just hoping that, for me, is a quagmire. I wish we could solve that easily and get get the grants we want and get it going and get what the residents in the area and maybe the whole city want in terms of walkable streetscapes and some innovative things for that. But it's really seems like a quagmire, and I'm hoping, and maybe this is a little idealistic, but I'm hoping that that with the jump in prices, which I don't like, and having to phase it, maybe we can pick what we take out and take out some things that are the ones that the neighborhood would want to work on more. And you can tell me maybe that that's just not possible, but that's the direction I'm hoping this will go in. So that's my comment on transportation projects, because really a lot of the things people are very excited about are streetscaping. Could we do some different things with bike lanes, and could we, widen sidewalks to be parklets at some point, those sorts for placemaking, those sorts of things. So I'm hoping maybe we can draw some things out. So the bad side of inflation, the good is inflation. The good side is maybe we take some things out and do what we want with what we took out. Always easier for me to say on the dais than you to actually do, I think. So I wanted to comment on Arrow development. That's and asset-based management. That's exactly what I mean by asset-based management, and I'm hoping there are things that residents know. I know that George Markle has told me about some of the architects for like the Cypress Point mid-century modern architects. Arrow Development actually did the Dumbo ride. Maybe we can, and Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. So maybe that will inspire some artwork, or we can get some of the originals. As for Shenandoah, I appreciate Council Member Matichek's comment on upzoning and raising the price on ourselves. But I'm wondering, so actually one of my main fears with development is that so I want wide tree-lined sidewalks and buildings built up to the sidewalk, not a suburban berm. So I'm wondering if we can just put some notes in about that in particular. We probably, do want more density, but we don't say that. So I don't know if putting some, you can maybe tell me what the wording would be, but put in some design guidelines in terms of sidewalks and buildings being on the sidewalk, and and maybe public-facing uses. I've actually talked to the school district about if they did a school there, could they put the theater instead of somewhere in the middle where no one can, if I want to go to high school band performance, I can't find it. Something that will invite people who are walking down the street in. And if it's not a school, it would be probably a housing development. And again, public-facing uses on a ground floor. So you have comments on that?
Great question again. And one of the things staff will be looking for as the council wraps up this project is a majority on what boundaries we should look at. And I think staff has thought about this. Should it happen? Should the council want to expand boundaries? And what we would suggest is maybe a two-phased approach. An example of that is focusing on the area that's currently in the general plan, because that includes the streetscape. We have developments right now that are applying for development, and we stand the chance of missing the boat on capturing some of those business retention and other incentives. So we could do a two-phased approach where we move forward on the precise plan for the area, and then when do a second phase later. That could include Shenandoah and the other areas if council wants to expand the boundaries. That way we're capturing some of the general plan, the housing element goals, and the community goals as developments are being proposed on Moffett. And we could put in language, such as you suggested, Mayor, that provides some of those future thinking, opportunities, and we've done that in precise plans. So let staff come back with some ideas, but we could do a two-phased approach. That way, we're achieving both the goals, understanding that some of these sites are not yet in play, and the city might want to take the additional time that council has talked about. But we do want some clarity on the boundaries. So we at least know which way to go when we're scoping the project, even if it's in two phases.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, my last comment was going to be on condos being hard to change. They are hard to change, but I don't know when we'll look at this area again, and I don't know what happens 30, 40, 50 years from now. I know that my husband is from Turkey, and what happens there is there are incentives for they're not called condos there, but they're the same thing. There are incentives for building them higher that are given, and who knows, you may have noticed there's a lot of change in housing legislation in California. Who knows 40 years from now whether that won't be a thing here as well. So I would just like to get a little more ahead of the game than we have in the past, and have a vision for how those things, how whatever changes come down the road, how they face the street, so that we can kind of fulfill the vision that residents have spoken about tonight. Okay, so with that, I don't know. Oh, looks like other people have a second round of comments. Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. So my comment was specifically about Shenandoah. I was not necessarily thinking of just upzoning, and I don't, I there's many ways to cut the slice of pie or whatever the phrase is, but I just want, I guess what I'm looking for is an opportunity for the council with the community. And also Congresswoman Eshoo, she's been very much, keeping an eye on this parcel. The dialogue conversation to come up with what we would like to see on this parcel. In the past, when the Army did come in with a gatekeeper project, it was, I think, 1,000 luxury apartments. And I personally did not think that was what we needed here. We have a lot of other needs, whether it's a school or a park, or we talk about another library. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm not just thinking let's just upzone it and make it more expensive. I'm saying let's look at all of the possibilities and figure out what we need as a community and just put it out there so that when the Army is ready to engage, they know what we are thinking, and it's not just going to be dependent on what they come up with. Thanks.
Thank you. Next we have Councilmember. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to provide some further context about discussions that have been had with actually the DoD, the Department of Defense, and the Army about Shenandoah. So it has been on and off the last several years, and this year it is now on. And staff has met not only with Army staff, our staff has met with Army staff, and also has engaged with Congresswoman Eshoo directly and her staff. And I'll just say this: I think the Army's vision is right now probably not aligned with what the city's vision would be. So it makes sense to look at potentially, as our community development director said, a second phase of kind of going back to the drawing board with Shenandoah and thinking about what all the possibilities are, what the community wants. But I think it warrants more exploration. And I would say the conversations are not happening. The Army doesn't move fast. If you think government is slow at the local level, it's even slower at the federal level. So I think having some sort of springboard or framework now, given the state of affairs, would probably be helpful. So I believe that it would be in the city's best interest to think about Shenandoah in that way and look at it holistically.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of quick thoughts. So first, I agree with Councilmember Abecoka. I'm not necessarily looking to upzone Shenandoah, but I'm thinking, if it were to be wrapped into the precise plan, kind of like with downtown, it might be segmented as a specific sub area, right? A through J or whatever. And for that sub area, it would just reference, maybe as a placeholder for now, the development standards for, what is it, the PF zoning district, which is what I think it is. I don't remember exactly. But basically public facilities, right? And if we wanted to say, and also 100% affordable housing, I'd be fine with that too. But I'm very concerned about a two-phase approach, primarily because I think it just exacerbates the problem we've identified about segmentation, right? We're not thinking about the area holistically then. And I would rather come in with a vision for the corridor and what we could achieve with some of the strategies that we've employed elsewhere in other precise plans, using bonus FAR, for instance, to secure community benefits. What I'm worried about is if we just do the general plan area now, which is very small, 20 acres, very small parcels and shallow parcels, and then we come back later, we wouldn't have, I don't think we would be doing ourselves and our community a service, because we would have denied everyone an opportunity to think more holistically about what does this corridor look like in 30 or 40 or 50 years. And I agree with the mayor also. One thing we should potentially anticipate is maybe there's something catastrophic that occurs, right? An earthquake. And now, we're still in the middle of phase 2, or a future council has decided to delay that. And we have the existing zoning and the existing general plan, which doesn't provide anything for a community. So I agree. I would rather think ahead and presume that a future council may not want to revisit this area, and we may not have another opportunity to think about what it should be in 50 years. So I personally, I'm not supportive of doing a two-phase approach. I would rather think holistically at once and take some time to get it right.
So I find both of those compelling, unfortunately. I mean, I thought what Ms. Shrivastava brought up, that there are properties that could redevelop very soon, and they're pretty key ones, and we could lose, some of the small businesses, or they could, we could have no.
Question of staff. So sure. Is there an application right now, an informal? So 2 years later, we'll have our precise plan, and we can't retroactively apply our precise plan to an application that we've gotten within that 2-year time frame. So if the intent is to head off development that could occur, it's too late because the application is already in.
Well, my fear is that there may be another one upcoming.
I'm skeptical
she's
that.
Nodding her head again.
But we still wouldn't have completed this work. I mean, unless we're anticipating it's going to come in, 24 months later. The problem, I think unless we want to expedite this and get it done very quickly, we're not going to get ahead of future development if there's interest today. Right, yeah.
Vice Mayor.
Well, I think it's time to talk about what is the process for figuring out what the change in boundaries is. We could just say tonight we wanted to go to 85 and it'd be essentially the big triangle with Moffett Boulevard, the Moffett corridor. We could do that. Or we could send staff back and say we want them to study this and come back with a suggestion. I know that there was discussion of them going out for an RFP very quickly. And so I'm concerned with putting off going out for the RFP. So yeah, I'd like, staff, could you talk to us a little bit about those options and what would be helpful?
Sure. We did hear from some council members, I think, saying interested in hearing what the outreach has to say about expanding boundaries. And we really have to hire the consultant before we go off and start doing that. I think what we can do is we can include in the RFP a statement that council is interested in kind of talking with the community about various various areas that might be included in this precise planning process. And then we'd obviously talk with the potential consultants about what that would mean for the budget and timeline for the project. And we'd have all that information for you when we come back with the scope.
So it wouldn't put off the RFP?
Not necessarily, although I would say that it would be, I heard various kind of policy values for expanding the boundaries. And if we can get clarity from council on what council is trying to achieve with those boundary expansions, like several council members brought up incorporating P districts. There was a lot of discussion around Shenandoah for certain policy reasons, but also goals for kind of more comprehensive transportation planning, like planning the Moffett corridor a little further away or connections to the Stevens Creek Trail. So those were all different things that we heard, and if we can just kind of get some council agreement that those are the types of things that you want us to look at when we're expanding the boundaries, that would be really helpful.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that you think that we can sort of go forward, and it's certainly better to have an outreach about this than it is to just make a declaration tonight. That's way better. But at the same time, we're under a deadline of sorts, and we don't want to upset the schedule too much. So, I like your suggestion.
So I can say I heard most people say at least to 85, and then the other things that council members said were a little more vague, but mostly to 85, I think, because of the Stevens Creek Trail connection. And for me, it's also because the distance, when we're talking about transit-oriented development, the distance between, and kind of our city center, it's the other half of our city center, the distance between El Camino and the train station on Castro it's not exactly the same to the foot, but it's very, very similar to the distance between the train station and 85. So for several reasons, I think that if we're thinking about, when we're thinking about what are people willing to walk, if we say they're willing to walk from El Camino to the train station, they're probably willing to walk from 85 to the train station. So I've heard a lot of people say those things. I don't know if there are additional reasons. Oh, Ms. Shrivastava.
Thank you. Just one point of clarification, just so that staff can get input on what to include. We've heard Shenandoah, we've heard going to 85, and we've heard P District, by which we assume 555 and 100. Okay. So those are the projects we will talk to the community about and come back. And then
the other P district is the condo complex on the north side of Middlefield.
On the north side of Middlefield, across from Shenandoah.
across Moffett. Is that of interest? Because then we can go to the community and say, these are the properties we're talking about, and then come back to council.
Okay. I can take a straw poll on that.
I think that would be helpful.
And I do have Councilmember Matichak waiting to comment. Councilmember Matichak.
Oh, sorry, I had a question. I guess I wasn't necessarily talking about just upzoning Shenandoah. I guess when staff comes back to us, I guess I'd like to understand what can the federal government do right now, and if we change any zoning on it, not necessarily just upzoning, but if we change, part of it might be public facilities. What are the implications for the value of the property? Because it's not just the city that might be interested in it. There might be other agencies that might be interested in it. And I do want to understand the implications for the value of the property for any change to the zoning. Thanks.
So is that a preliminary question for staff now, or that's something when they go out and talk to people you want to understand the answer to?
Well, I don't know if staff can answer it right now. That'd be great. But if not, I'm happy to wait until we revisit this.
Mayor and Councilmember Matichak, so we wouldn't have the answer to that now. This is something that staff will need to look into and bring back to council. It's definitely going to involve some research about changing the zoning, the rules around federal government's autonomy or authority, and then also we can look into annexing just so that we know what it even entails. So I think that staff can bring that back to council.
Okay, so there's our preliminary answer.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kamei.
I was just going to say I'm comfortable with where we're landing, and I think that maybe it's not even that it's a recommendation to expand the project boundary, but just to explore. And what I'm hearing are just the different options and just more information. And I think kind of it gets to the heart of what you're talking about, which is we don't know when we're going to see this again. So we might, if we're going to stay just within the project boundary to Moffett, then at least we know we looked at other things, what was or wasn't feasible, the implications, and I think perhaps it would make the council more comfortable. And so that would be what I'm hearing, and hopefully that's enough for us to move forward. But I think we're just trying to figure out the different.
Okay, so instead of taking a straw poll, you're just wanting, or this could be the straw poll, just that staff would explore going to 85, including P districts and including Shenandoah.
Yes, and I think with the question that Councilmember Matichak brought up about what it could do to the assessed value, and then what the city managers just mentioned about looking into the annexation as well, I think all of those are things of interest, and that would be, I guess, my proposed straw motion.
Okay.
If we need that still, but.
Hey, it'll take a second. Okay, so straw poll on have staff explore going to 85, including P districts and including Shenandoah. All those in favor? Oh, okay. So one abstention and all those in favor except for all those opposed? One opposed and abstentions? One abstention. Okay. So I assume the key elements and deliverables and the outreach, there were a lot of comments on those. Do you need any more clarity?
No, I just heard a kind of affirmation of what we had in the staff report with some emphasis for certain ideas like small businesses and streetscape and placemaking.
Great, because that's what I heard too. Okay, so any final comments? Okay, it seems then like we're done with this. Would you all like a short break? Yes. Okay, 10-minute break. We'll be back at 8 o'clock. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to now welcome you to the joint meeting of the Mountain View City Council and Shoreline Regional Park Community of November 14th, 2023. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are now on item 3 of the agenda. The city clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abikoga. Here. Councilmember Kamei.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Councilmember Ramos.
Here.
Vice Mayor Showalter.
Here.
Mayor Hicks.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. So now I'm going to say that in recent weeks, several of our neighboring elected decision-making bodies have been subjected to disruptive racist verbal attacks by anonymous callers during virtual public comments. The City of Mountain View is fully committed to racial, religious, and cultural equity and justice as we strive to create a welcoming, safe, and inclusive community for all. The Council welcomes respectful and non-threatening public comments regarding matters over which the Council has jurisdiction. Comments deemed otherwise, pursuant to the Council Code of Conduct and the Government Code, may be grounds for terminating a speaker's comment period. With that, we'll go to item number 4, which is the consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion, unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. If you'd like to speak on this item or the next item, oral communications on non-agenda items in person, please submit a speaker card, and if you want to virtually, raise your hand in Zoom. Would any member of the council like to pull a consent item? Vice Mayor.
Well, as is my custom, I don't really want to pull one. I just want to make a few comments. In particular, 4.1, that talks about the Recycling and Waste Reduction Technical Advisory Committee. And that's a committee where recycling and waste reduction specialists from all over the county get together to work on things of general interest and support each other and share further our recycling goals for the county. It's very useful. I served on it when I worked at Valley Water for a few years, and I'm really glad that Mountain View is taking part. So that's about that. Then we're going to be improving our boathouse, which is something that many of us will enjoy greatly when it's done. And then 4.3 is the annual water and sewer main replacements. And I just want to bring this up because sewer and water are just really important parts of a civil society. And it's very important that our city maintain our system and keep it running carefully, running well, and that's what this is about. And then we just celebrated the Shoreline community recently, the 40th anniversary. And this item, the next one, is the Shoreline landfill gas cap and leachate management maintenance. That has to be done in perpetuity. So this item is about taking care of that ongoing maintenance. So I just wanted to share that with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for those important and exciting details. We will now take any public comments either in person or via Zoom. I see no speakers in either forum. So I'll now bring the item back for council action and note a motion to approve the consent calendar should also include reading the title of the resolution attached to item 4.1. And also the city clerk will take a roll call vote as we have a council member participating remotely this evening. So I see a motion by the Vice Mayor and a second by Councilmember Kamei. Vice Mayor, you're going to read the
Yes, I move the consent calendar, including item 4.1, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the First Amendment to the agreement creating the Santa Clara County Recycling and Waste Reduction Technical Advisory Committee for teleconference options, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and all of the rest of consent calendar.
Okay, roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramos?
Yes.
Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. So now we're on item number 5, which is oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for people wanting to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. And speakers will be allowed to speak on any topic within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction for up to 3 minutes. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. If you'd like to speak on this item or the next item in person, submit a speaker card, or if you want to speak virtually, raise your hand in Zoom. I see the city manager. No, that's in error. Okay. So are there, I don't see any speakers either in person or virtually. So we will now move on to item 6.1 on our agenda, which is the downtown business improvement areas and allocation of 2024 business improvement area revenues. Councilmember Abe-Koga, do you have an announcement to make?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I am recusing myself from participating in any discussion or determination about the downtown business improvement areas 1 and 2 due to the proximity of personal residence to both improvement areas.
Okay, thank you. And I will also be recusing myself from participation in discussion or determination about the downtown business improvement areas 1 and 2 due to the proximity of my residence to both areas. Vice Mayor?
All right. Well, business improvement area assessments are subject to majority protest by the affected businesses. Written protests against the proposed amendments are submitted by mail, delivered to the city clerk's office by 5 p.m. today, will be counted. At the end of this hearing, we'll determine whether or not a majority protest exists. Economic Vitality Manager John Lang will present the item.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight we are holding the second public hearing in the annual renewal process for the downtown business improvement areas. The first meeting on October 10th, 2023 was to review and preliminarily approve the BIAs. There are 2 business improvement areas, BIA number 1, which includes all businesses along Castro Street and the side streets, and BIA number 2, which just includes the businesses within the 100 to 300 blocks of Castro Street. The BIA assessments are used for specific programming and services to support downtown businesses. Any changes to these areas and services do require a majority vote by the downtown businesses. In the annual report prepared by the Chamber of Commerce, the 2024 projected revenues for both areas are approximately $39,700. Tonight, there are 3 recommendations for City Council consideration. First, to adopt the resolutions to levy annual assessments in BIA number 1 and number 2 for calendar year 2024. And then the last one is to authorize the city manager to allocate the 2024 revenues in BIAs number 1 and number 2 to the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce to fund a contract for services with the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce to accomplish the purposes of the areas. This concludes my presentation. I'm open for questions.
Thank you. All right. Do any members of the council have questions? All right, seeing none. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide a comment on this item? If so, please click the raised hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. Okay, we'll take in-person speakers first, but I'm seeing virtually no movement in the audience and no speakers on Zoom. Okay, so thank you. So now it's time to close the public hearing, and we'll accept the report from the city clerk regarding any written protests.
The city did not receive any written protests for either business improvement area.
Okay. All right, thank you. Well, I'll now bring the item back for council deliberation and action, and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolutions attached. The city clerk will take a roll call as we have a council member participating remotely this evening. And I see that council member Kamei has moved. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View confirming the annual report of the Downtown Mountain View Business Improvement Area Number 1 and levying the annual benefit assessment for 2024 to be read in title only, further reading waived. And adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View confirming the annual report of Downtown Mountain View Business Improvement Area Number 2 and levying the annual benefit assessments for 2024 to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Any comments? No? Clerk, could you take a roll call, please?
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramos?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Showalter?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
We should welcome Councilmember Abikoga and Mayor Hicks back to the dais. Can you hear us? Yeah. Yes. Okay, well, we can do that while we have a little changing of the guard up here for the next item.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We are now on item number 6.2, which is 500 and 550 Ellis Street Hotel and Office Project. Would any council members like to make disclosures? No? Okay. Oh, Councilmember Matichak. Would you like to make a disclosure?
Thank you. Yes, I would. I believe I met with the developer a very long time ago, either by myself or as part of the Wagon Wheel Neighborhood Association. But it was so long ago, I really can't remember the date. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, are you going to make it?
I just have to say pretty much ditto to what Councilmember Matichak. I think I met with the developer approximately 2 years ago.
Yeah, I think I did as well. So, long time ago. Any others? I don't see any others. Okay, so now we will have Senior Planner Ellen Yao and Advanced Planning Manager Eric Anderson present the item.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ellen Yao, Senior Planner, and I'm the project planner for this project. I'm joined by Advanced Planning Manager Eric Anderson. The item for your consideration this evening is an office and hotel project located at 500 and 550 Ellis Street. The Project site is located at the corner of Ellis Street and National Avenue. It is zoned P41 East Wisman Precise Plan, and it is within the Employment Character Area North. And it has a general plan land use designation of high intensity office. The site is currently surrounded by office uses on all sides except for one commercial use, Specialties Restaurants, which is located across Ellis Street by the 101 on-ramp. The project site is comprised of 2 parcels that total approximately 2.16 acres, and they're currently developed with 2 one-story office buildings with surface-level parking between the buildings, and all of that will be demolished as part of this project. The applicant requests a planned community permit and development review permit to construct a new 6-story, 201-room hotel and a new 4-level, fully automated parking garage that is wrapped by the hotel on 3 sides in the southern part of the site, and a new 2-story office building in the northern part of the site. A provisional use permit is being requested by the applicant for a parking reduction to allow 192 spaces in lieu of the required 209 spaces for the hotel, and they're also requesting for a heritage tree removal permit to remove 8 heritage trees. Additionally, the project requests approximately 74,000 square feet of non-residential hotel bonus FAR, and this is allowed as part of the East Wisman Precise Plan bonus FAR program, which we'll discuss later in the presentation. A virtual neighborhood meeting was held on October 27th, 2022, and 7 people attended. The attendees generally had logistical questions about what was happening in the hotel in terms of restaurant and tenancy, but they also expressed general support of the project's mix of uses, both the hotel use and the office, and the public paseo. The project was reviewed twice by the Development Review Committee, once in November of 2022 and another in June of this year. No members of the public spoke at the first DRC meeting. However, we did receive 1 letter regarding the importance of citywide tree preservation policies. And at the meeting, 1 person asked about ramp accessibility off of the Paseo to Ellis Street. The applicant has worked cooperatively with staff to address many design recommendations, such as frontage tree preservation, enhanced paseo amenities, and improved hotel massing and window detailing. Staff has included design conditions in the resolution to address the remaining design refinements. This also includes revised conditions that require building and paseo design review because of the changes they made between EPC and council hearing. Finally, the project was reviewed at an Environmental Planning Commission hearing on October 4th. Prior to the meeting, staff received 2 letters from the public regarding redwood trees preservation, and during the meeting, 2 members of the public, one of which wrote a comment letter, they requested the tree preservation, and they also expressed support of the project's bird-safe design, transportation demand management measures, public space, and then the bicycle and pedestrian-friendly design on the site. Overall, the EPC found the project to be a positive addition in the East Wisman Precise Plan area due to the project's mix of uses, the public paseo, the LEED Platinum buildings, and a payment of community benefit funds. The EPC was supportive of the exceptions to the streetscape design and the hotel's loading space requirement reduction. However, the EPC expressed particular concern about the proposed redwood tree removals in the Paseo and along Ellis Street. And they supported deviation from the street wall requirement to preserve those trees. The EPC recommended the City Council adopt the staff recommendation to approve the project with 1 addition to the staff recommendation, which was that the applicant work with staff to explore additional opportunities to preserve more of the existing trees, even if it deviated from the required street wall requirements, without substantially modifying the project. The project is going to provide a 2-way driveway. It's accessed off of National Avenue, and it wraps along the western and northern property lines, and it exits on the Ellis Street through a 1 exit-only driveway. This will reduce the current 4 driveway cuts to 2 in order to maximize sidewalk continuity and provide a pedestrian-friendly experience. The project also includes an enhanced paseo between the buildings, which you can see in brown. We'll discuss that in detail later. The hotel is designed with 3 primary volumes, a key corner tower, a horizontal street wall comprised of the 4 lower levels, and the 2 upper floors are set back. The facade that faces the paseo steps down to 2 stories to interface with the 2-story office building and provides a more intimate setting for the pedestrian paseo. The hotel has a simple and modern design with a mix of smooth and textured materials, including EIFS, Trespa panels, metal panels, and wood-like paneling. The hotel frontage on Ella Street features entries to the hotel lobby, the restaurant and a bar, and a covered outdoor patio, which you can see on the right image. And then along National Avenue, the hotel facade provides entries to the shop front and the porte cochere waiting and loading area shown in the left image. The 2-story office building is located to the north of the hotel. It is located along Ella Street, and the building includes high quality and finely textured materials along the first floor, such as stone look porcelain tile and a projecting 2nd-story element that adds interest to the glass facade. The north facade uses warmer tones to individualize a separate entrance, and the main building entry, which you can see here in dark, is oriented towards and helps activate the paseo, and it includes step seating that integrates with the steps of the paseo at Ellis Street. The office was originally designed to meet the East Wisman precise plan street wall standards, which requires that building facades be set back or located within 20 feet of the planned inside edge of a public sidewalk along Ellis. However, in response to EPC's recommendation to preserve additional trees, the applicant has modified the project by setting the office building an additional 11 feet from the proposed sidewalk. These revisions will save an additional 3 redwood trees, which now preserves all 5 redwood trees along the Ella Street frontage for the office. However, the hotel remains in the same location, but it complies with the precise plan street wall standards intended to maintain that facade consistency on the Ella Street frontage. Also in compliance with the East Wisman precise plan, the project proposes a 10-foot wide pedestrian paseo that runs east-west and connects with the multi-use path paseo proposed by the adjacent development, 600 Ellis. With the construction of this paseo, the 2 portions will be connected and provide direct public access from Ellis Street, and it will complete 2/3 of the block. This is shown circled in red in the diagram to the left. The paseo is situated between the hotel and office as a combined common open space. This provides additional area beyond the required 10 feet width, all of which is going to be publicly accessible. So the space includes amenities like movable tables, built-in seating and planters, and direct access into both of the buildings. Again, in response to EPC's recommendation to preserve the additional trees, the applicant revised the paseo area, and it will now preserve 4 additional existing mature redwood trees that were previously proposed to be removed. The revised design proposes larger planter boxes to house those existing trees, and they will be replacing the concrete hardscape that was proposed with spaced decking to reduce impacts to the root areas of the trees and provide for better water filtration. This is also an improvement to the current conditions where the trees are located between surface parking. The center image shows the entrance of the paseo from the Ellis Street entrance, and the image on the right is a bird's eye view from the 600 Ellis project. As discussed earlier, the applicant has revised their site plan to save 7 additional heritage trees, including 3 redwood trees along Ellis Street and 4 redwood trees in the paseo. In total, the revised project proposes the removal of 8 heritage trees and 9 non-heritage trees while preserving 20 heritage trees that's on site and 8 non-heritage trees. The remaining tree removals are necessary due to the proposed vehicular path of travel, the building envelope, risk from demolition, and low suitability for preservation due to construction impacts. This project will require 25 replacement trees. However, there is limited space for all the replacement site due to the existing trees that will be preserved and the circulation needs of the site. So the project is providing 20 on-site replacement trees and will pay an in-lieu fee for the rest of the replacements. The project also provides for an additional 9 trees, but these are within the public right-of-way street trees. The project will result in almost a 10% net increase in tree canopy coverage at full maturity, and it provides at least 75% native planting. To minimize the number of vehicle trips in and out of East Wisman Precise Plan area, the plan requires that all new office projects include specific transportation demand site design features and operational measures. This includes a TDM plan that provides detail on the implementation of the plan and the reporting of the TDM measures. This project has provided a plan that meets the requirements, and this includes compliance with the East Wisman trip cap, and also the implementation and annual monitoring of a TDM plan. This includes measures like joining the Mountain View TMA, provision of bike storage, repair facility, and showers, subsidized transit passes, and guaranteed ride home program and ride matching services. Additionally, I want to talk about the parking. The East Wisman Precise Plan provides parking ratio maximums and encourages shared parking for mixed-use developments. Since a recent state law, AB 2097, took effect at the start of this year, cities are prohibited from enforcing parking minimums for developments located within 1/2 mile of public transit. However, this law doesn't apply to hotels, so the required 209 spaces still is in effect for the hotel. So you can see on the top of the chart here, the project is providing 192 spaces, which is less than the required 209 for the hotel. So the shared parking is recommended for mixed-use development. So in order to do that, they have to provide a parking study. So the project provides 192 total spaces shared between the two uses, and the parking study shows that at various peak hours, the expected parking is below the provided, as you can see in the chart on the top. Also, the project exceeds the required bicycle parking by providing 24 secure long-term parking spaces and 32 short-term parking bicycle racks. The long-term parking area is located in an enclosed room in the office building to the north, and it includes showers, and the short-term parking spaces are located throughout the site. So the project substantially complies with the East Wisman Precise Plan employment character area, but it does request minor exceptions to the public sidewalk standards for National Avenue and Ellis Street, and the required number of loading spaces for the hotel. These exceptions will allow for the preservation of existing heritage trees and reduces surface parking loading spaces in excess of the use's operational needs. So to preserve existing redwood trees located along Ellis Street and National Avenue, the new sidewalk will meander around the existing redwoods while portions of the sidewalk will remain monolithic as it stands right now. As designed, the sidewalks will vary from 6 feet to 8 feet. This is to achieve those wider sidewalks for enhanced pedestrian experience. However, during construction, if it's necessary, the sidewalk width may be reduced in order to prioritize the tree preservation. The zoning code requires one loading space for the first 30,000 square feet of floor area and one space per 20,000 square feet of additional floor area for non-residential uses. Therefore, the hotel is required to have 6 loading spaces, and the office is required to have 2 loading spaces. While the project does meet the requirement for the office, the applicant has requested an exception to the hotel use because the hotel is a limited service hotel that doesn't have large conference rooms or banquet space, which typically would require more loading. The reduction of loading spaces is also consistent with 2 other hotel projects with similar service approved by the city. Additionally, the MTA did not identify issues with this reduction, and the hotel will be allowed to utilize the 2 spaces that are designated for the office if needed and available. So in total, the site will have 4 loading spaces. The project includes a request to utilize non-residential bonus floor area ratio that's allowed under the East Wisman Precise Plan. Anything that exceeds the base FAR of 1.0. But the East Wisman Precise Plan does allow for mixed-use developments to go up to 2.5 FAR. In order to earn that bonus FAR for the hotel, the project must meet an enhanced green building standard and provide community benefits contribution. The project complies with both. They are proposing buildings that are LEED Platinum and providing a community benefits contribution proportional to the 0.79 additional FAR above the base. And this is based on rates adopted by the City Council. It amounts to about $460,000. The project is not requesting bonus FAR for the office, and so they are not providing community benefits for that portion. In conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the initial study and approve the planned community permit, development review permit, the provisional use permit, and the heritage tree removal permit. City staff is present and available for questions, and the applicant team is here and will speak on their project. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We'll now have a presentation from Tom Jess, architect for Aris Studio Architects.
Good evening. I'm Tom Jess with Aris Studio Architects, and first off, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to present this project. Sorry, I'm going to be changing my glasses a lot to read and talk, but this is a project that we've been working on for quite a while, and I also want to make a special thanks to staff. Ellen has been great to work with. It's been a very cooperative process, and I believe honestly and wholeheartedly that this is a better project that we're presenting to you today than we started with at the beginning, and a lot of that thanks goes to her and the whole staff that's worked with us on this. So what we're presenting is a hotel and an office building that was designed in conjunction with the East Westman Precise Plan, and wanting to see that come to fruition here. We're adding a visitor serving accommodations there. We're developing a key corner as identified in the plan. We're enhancing and adding a pedestrian connection, which goes above and beyond what's the minimum required, which is the 10 feet. We're going quite a bit wider than that. There was a lot of work making sure that that was an attractive and easily accessible space to the public. There'll be signage and identification. We've worked with the DRC to get that space nice and wide. So that's going to be a nice amenity. And I know there was a little bit of discussion earlier in here about whether or not you can tell whether there was a bar inside of a specific hotel or something along those lines. So this is something that we've done is we've pulled all those features to the street. We have direct entrances. We have an outdoor patio, trying to really activate that street and make that a pleasant pedestrian experience going through there. And as was mentioned, and I want to be brief in this presentation because Ellen did such a great job walking through the whole project, but I did want to just point out in response to the EPC's comments regarding the trees, and the heritage trees are something that we take very seriously, and we've taken extraordinary measures that are implemented through the arborist report and conditioned in the project, both during construction and post-construction, to ensure that we're doing all we can to make that those trees, to make it so that those trees have the best chance of survival and thriving. In fact, the arborist has mentioned that the condition after construction will be significantly better than their existing condition, where they're confined within asphalt, where we're going to be able to get more water down to the roots and so forth. So just to kind of touch on the heritage redwood tree subject real briefly, there's a total of 28 heritage trees on the site, 25 of which are redwood trees. Our original proposal that we submitted and took through DRC up to the EPC, we were preserving 13 of the 25 redwood trees. At the EPC, there was comments from the public as well as the members of the committee, and we went back and we modified the office building so that previously we were in compliance with the street facade, but requirements that are in the East Westman Precise Plan. But now we've moved the building back to its original footprint so that the trees that are there now can remain. So that preserved that grove of trees in that area, which is a significant modification of the plans, but it makes the project better, and the trees are going to be preserved. And then within the Paseo, we had to adjust a few grades in there, adjust the accessible ramp. We need to make sure that we provide accessibility. We changed the materials of the ground surface from concrete, which required compaction, to an open-spaced wood decking, which does not require compaction. So that's going to preserve the tree's roots. We've enlarged the planters, which compromised the usability of the space a little bit. There's a little bit less seating now, but the planters are larger and the trees become the focus of that space. So we were able to preserve that grove of trees that's running through the space there. The only ones that we're removing are directly adjacent to the hotel building, and we did go back and look at that as well. However, the depth requirements of a hotel, the parking and so forth, that we just couldn't make that work. So we have done all we can and used our creativity and the cooperation of both the owners and the arborist as well as the landscape architect to make sure that we're doing all we can to preserve the maximum number of heritage trees and specifically redwood trees that are on that site. As I mentioned, I want to keep this nice and brief. So in conclusion, this is a project that we hope that we're very proud of, that we hope that you'll find an ability to support, and we're here to answer any questions you may have. I believe we still have representatives from the landscape architect, the parking lift manufacturer, the arborist on the Zoom, but with the timing, I'm not positive they're still on there. I haven't gotten confirmation, but I believe that they are, if there's any questions there, and as well as a representative of the owner. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now we'll go to questions from council members. Do council members have any questions? Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. One question for staff. There's been a lot of community interest in the tree removals, and I'm curious to understand what level of discretion the council has in evaluating and making a determination regarding the tree removal permit.
City Attorney Jennifer Logue. I'm sorry, I was looking for my raise hand button, couldn't find it, but I can answer that question. Let me start out by saying local agencies generally have discretion to approve or deny development permits for commercial projects. So your discretion is much broader in commercial projects than it is for housing projects. However, but an approval or a denial for any such permit, including a heritage tree permit, cannot be arbitrary. So California law requires that a local agency issue findings in support of its approval or denial of a permit, and the findings must be supported by substantial evidence in the record, and the findings must be sufficient for a court that was reviewing a challenge to the grant or denial to understand the basis for the grant or denial. It doesn't stop there with state law. You are also beholden to the requirements in the Mountain View Municipal Code. And in the code, there is some specific criteria that is set forth with regard to heritage tree removal permits. There are 4 criteria of which you need to find at least one supports removal. And typically staff would identify the one basis for which removal would support removal. And then there are some balancing criteria that you must also consider. And the balancing criteria can either weigh in favor or against removal or grant or denial of the permit. And then the specific section of the Mountain View Code requires you, if you're going to deny the permit, you actually have to provide, and I'm quoting, a written statement of reasons for the denial, and you need to cite to the facts in the record for the denial.
Great, thank you.
Other questions? Oh, Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I do have a couple questions. And I'm not sure staff will be able to answer this, but when you talked about the sidewalk might have to be less than 6 feet due to tree roots, is there any estimate of like what percent of the sidewalk is sort of at risk for being even more narrow, and how much more narrow it might be?
Yeah, I'll briefly answer that question, and if Public Works has any additional comments, or our forestry coordinator, that'd be great. Right now, the sidewalk is monolithic, so it's at a certain distance, and I think most likely that should be satisfactory. Of course, the 6 to 8 feet does cut into the root system just a little bit more. So I think it will depend on the actual construction conditions, whether, you know, they have to balance whether to cut some of the roots or provide a little bit more wider sidewalk. But the redwood trees generally have root systems that can survive a little bit of cutting, and so it will depend on the conditions.
Do I understand your question to be like what percentage of the length of the sidewalk might need to be less?
Yeah.
We may be able, the applicant may be able to answer that.
So we sincerely don't believe that we're going to need to go less than 6 feet. However, the only reason we requested this was in case there's a special situation that comes up related to 1 or 2 of the trees, and we're only talking a short distance, maybe 10 to 20 feet around the trees that would potentially be impacted. As staff mentioned, the existing sidewalk that's there now is adjacent to the redwood trees in front of the office building, and it's functioning now. The redwood trees are surviving now. So we wouldn't go any narrower than what's there existing. It's just, I believe that's about a 5-foot sidewalk, if I'm not mistaken. So to go another foot wider, there may be some roots there. We don't know until we go in and do the work. So it's a very small percentage, and we're only talking a foot or so. But the minimum handicap accessibility requirement is 4 feet. So it will not be any less than 4 feet.
Okay. And then if the sidewalk was not meandering, and I do like meandering sidewalks, how many, and the trees were removed, how many street trees would be planted?
Do you have that exhibit that you can maybe pull up? It would help illustrate it, the site plan with the trees.
Yeah, if you can give me a moment.
Correct. Yes. So that's a very good exhibit right there. So you can see the precise plan calls for a detached sidewalk with a landscape section between the sidewalk and the tree and the street. And that area directly in front of where it says bar and seating follows the precise plan. So you can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 street trees in that area right there along Ellis Street in the center of the site. So if we were to follow the precise plan, that pattern of street trees would continue for the entire frontage. So I don't know the exact number, but I'm guessing there'd probably be 3 on the left and maybe 5 on the right. So another 8 additional street trees, but it would compromise the 2 heritage trees in front of the hotel that are being preserved, and it would compromise at least 2, if not 3 of those heritage trees in front of the office if we did the detached sidewalk all the way across. And then along National, I think we still have the detached ones. We just made it further and made the green space wider between National and the sidewalk in order to accommodate the trees there.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
So I have just an informational question, I guess, for staff. I'm a little troubled that this questions around trees come up like all the time, and I'm wondering, and always at the last meeting when there's not that much that can be done. What are applicants told? So I hear that the EPC looked at it and asked for some changes. Sounds like after most of the architectural work was done. It just makes me curious, what are applicants told in the beginning, like right when you first meet with them? So it seems to me they should be told that usually during EPC meetings and council meetings, residents will bring up, concerns about trees. So I'd rather those be brought up in the very beginning rather than now.
Sure. Hi, Amber Blazinski, Assistant Community Development Director. Generally that is the sentiment that they receive when an applicant is first coming into us. I think that a lot of the planners spend a lot of time looking at the different trees and site design, and a lot of suggestions are made very early in the process. And I think a lot of trees that, maybe an applicant came in and proposed to remove are actually saved at that point. I think too, I will say that we are making a very concerted effort to go and walk the sites and look at these trees. And I think in the future, you will see less tree removals based on that work that, we are pushing right now with all of our development projects. I think right now you're seeing some projects that, we did make suggestions on this one in particular in the beginning, but also, sometimes when you're trying to meet some of those other requirements, you give a little. And I think we're hearing loud and clear that, the trees are important, and we're going to make, a bigger effort to try to walk and see and look at all of these and see what we can do to save more trees.
Thank you. Great answer. And I'm just, they're evolving processes, and I just want to kind of find out what all of us can do so that this doesn't keep happening at the end, so that we front load it, and what changes council might have to make to front load it as well. So thank you. Any other council questions? Okay, so then with that, it's time for questions or comments from the public. If there are people in person who want to make comments, please submit a speaker card, or if you're virtual, raise your hand in Zoom. Each person will have 3 minutes. And at this time, in person, I see Lucy West.
We spoke at the EPC meeting that was on October 4th about this issue, the trees. I want to start off by saying no environmental issue is insignificant, because then every environmental issue becomes insignificant, and we end up with problems like habitat loss, extinction, and climate change. The developer's arborist reports overlook the quality and exceptional health of 8 mature heritage redwood trees that would easily outlive us all if they weren't destined for the wood chipper. The study of environmental significance in the developer's arborist report also do not adequately address the loss of habitat and the fact that redwoods are the most powerful carbon sequestering organisms on the planet. It is therefore extremely unlikely that replacing 8 heritage trees with 20 to 30 saplings of an unknown species will meet the carbon sequestering capabilities of the original 8, let alone have the ecological benefits that an endemic species like redwoods have. These redwoods are in tight clusters and require much less water because of their highly developed root systems and efficient teamwork. Selectively removing redwoods from their clusters will undermine the health of the younger trees, another topic that the developer's arborist report failed to mention. I challenge the City of Mountain View to be braver with their requirements for new developments, particularly because the rate of global warming continues to increase exponentially, and a new residential development has already been approved at the other end of Ellis Street. I also want to mention the meager fee for removing these trees. I think it's like somewhere around $750. I don't know if it's been improved recently, but these trees are gigantic, and just like, that's such a tiny amount of money for one of these trees. I think that's really depressing. Be brave, City of Mountain View, protect the environment. What's the point of classifying trees as heritage if they're going to be cut down anyway? Let's see. We can do better than the meager fee. The cost of 1,000 new trees would be a minuscule part of the developer's cost for the project. I'm not trying to hinder the development. I am just trying to hold the city and developers accountable for creating a new sustainable environment that they promote so heavily on their website, especially in 2023 when we really can't afford to screw over the environment anymore. Precedent has already been set on this project as 7 heritage trees were recently parted. There are 8 8 trees. There are 7 more heritage trees on the site. Why can't we save them as well? I don't know if any of you guys have actually been out to this site, but I went there the other day, and these trees are really, really big. They're proper national park quality trees. They're enormous, and they're the picture of health. The fact that you guys can stand by and watch 8 of them be cut down, it really makes me question your commitment to the environmental goals that you promote.
Thank you. So I see no more in-person speakers, but virtually I see Leslie Friedman. Leslie, are you there?
There. I hadn't gotten a mute sign. Can you hear me now, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I'm very upset about the whole attitude towards trees here. They are beautiful, they're enormous, and they're old, but it is not just an aesthetic reason for saving these trees. I'm sorry to be blunt, but these trees are saving us. It's not the other way around. I was glad to hear the representative talk about how they have made some changes from what I heard a month ago at the EPC meeting. However, saying as he did that these trees will actually be better off once these changes have been made, well, except for the trees that are dead, they're not going to be better off. I think that over and over, I have heard the city of Mountain View talk about its dedication to preserving its environment. You have to understand, first of all, Ms. West is correct that they sequestered pollution and carbon. However, the other half of that is when they are cut down, all the gunk that they've been absorbing, that's going to be released. It's a fact. I want you to give some thought to the fact that the world is different than it was even 10 years or 5 years ago. We need to face the fire that is happening in the world and realize it is happening here in Mountain View. The trees are doing their job. The needles of the redwoods prevent the particulate matter from going into our lungs, yours and mine. They can kill people. The redwoods are the best air filter on the planet Earth. We need to face that. We need to face what is happening. It's time perhaps to change some of the regulations that are what we're bound by for heritage trees. We need to put the priorities. Are buildings saving us, or are the trees doing something to help us? The concrete itself increases the ozone poison that we live with. Do something worthwhile, which is also a potential help for your health. What you've got here is a mini Muir Woods. Do something innovative. Preserve these trees. Make the sidewalk go into the area of the development, not just around it.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you so much. Next, we have Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive, speaking for Green Spaces Mountain View. I spoke on this at the EPC meeting related to the project and just want to echo comments about trying to save as many of the viable trees as possible as part of this project. I do understand that because the project is compliant, that there's not much that City Council can do to move the bar and to set requirements. However, sending a strong message to the developer that you and the community have an interest in saving as many of these trees as they can is important. And it also highlights the work that will be done through the biodiversity strategy and urban forest plan coming up, to make sure that just as a matter of general policy, that we don't lose trees in general through these projects and through other ways. So, but definitely looking forward to that plan's development with this in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll do a last check and last call for speakers. See no more speakers. So I will now bring the item back for council deliberation and action. And note that any motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolution attached to the report. And the vote will be taken as a roll call vote. Are there comments or motions at this point? I see a comment by Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. Part of me feels like I'm just about to step in it. I actually, in between this, right before this, this item came up and we were in our break, I had an opportunity to talk out into the public. And when I got to meet an individual who sends us a lot of emails. And then he was like, oh, sorry. And I was just like, no, it's important for the community to tell us what they want. We may not agree. We may not be able to do what they want, but it's always important that they do take that time and tell us what they want. I do think a lot of our options are limited and may not do all of what the recent public commenters may have wanted us to do. I still want to encourage them to still come out, because it really, what's important is that it tells us what the community wants. And as we move toward, as the mayor had mentioned before, maybe front-loading a lot of the questions of how can we save these trees very early on in the project, and that is important. I appreciate the work that was done to save the heritage trees from the time the applicant initially proposed their project, and I appreciate the work that the applicant, the staff, and the community had done to save as many trees as we can. It is something that I think as we go forth with project approvals and stuff like that, that I want us to encourage, and encourage the community to still continue to speak out about what they want us, what direction they want us to go on things like this. Like I said, the answer may not be what you want tonight, but it doesn't mean that we're not moving toward it. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. I largely agree with Councilmember Ramos. So first I'll share, as she did, my appreciation to staff and the applicant for working diligently to comply with the direction provided by the EPC. I had an opportunity to review that meeting. It was a very robust discussion, and I think you all did a very good job trying to modify the project as quickly as you could to preserve as many trees as you could. And I'm very happy to support the final product. And I agree with what Councilmember Ramos said. I think it's important to hear from the community the priorities and concerns, because even though we're not going to be able to make findings to justify the denial of the heritage tree removal permit tonight, it will inform our work on some of the regulations that we're developing for instance, the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan, or the biodiversity strategy. Maybe there are some things we could do in that context, reviewing the criteria that we currently have in place for heritage tree removals, or in other work related to development standards, things that maybe we could do, as we've done in this case, to allow for deviations or adjustments to preserve heritage trees. Although I will share, there is a limit. There are some other things that we're trying to achieve, like create attractive pedestrian environments or safe bicycle facilities. And as important as preserving trees can be, we also want to make sure that we continue to provide bicycle and pedestrian facilities that our public will want to use. So with that, I'll move the staff recommendation, including adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a planned community permit and development review permit to construct a new 6-story, 168,647 square foot, 201 room hotel with a 4-level parking garage and a 2-story, 37,611 square foot office building, replacing 2 commercial office buildings, a provisional use permit for a parking reduction to allow 192 spaces in lieu of 209 spaces required for the hotel, and a heritage tree removal permit to remove 8 heritage trees, all on a 2.16 acre site located at 500 and 550 Ella Street, to be read in title only, for the reading waived.
So we now have a motion and a second. This is council's last chance if they want to make additional comments. I'll make an additional comment, but I'll just be saying what I implied earlier in my question. I think there is much more. I think we should evolve our processes, and I think there's more we can do. And I'm looking forward to possibly the active transportation plan or the biodiversity plan informing some of those things. I know that we have with other projects, the Fenwick and West project comes to mind, the one in our downtown, where there's a large tree that was saved, and it's really a community gathering point. So I think we can do more of those things in the future. And I think, I've been on council for 5 years, and this seems to come up with every project. So it's really something that we have to move on. And I thank the community for coming out and making these comments, because it's brave to do. You're kind of bucking the system. And you do make a difference, because I think that, I'm committed to making sure that we're not constrained in this way in the future. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. I mean, I hadn't raised my hand. I think that council feels similarly, which is we want to make sure that we're prioritizing our heritage trees, and I think that I was heartened to hear public comment about noticing that we've prioritized it with our urban forest plan and our biodiversity plan that are imminent, and we have our Parks and Rec strategy coming forward. So I think council is trying to move as quickly and swiftly as possible to be responsive to the community input. And so I do, echo the thanks to the applicant and staff, and I actually see a lot of staff in the room. But I would also share that on the council side, it's always great to hear from the applicant ahead of time before the meeting, and so that we can try to coordinate and work through some of the issues as well. And so I think that can also be helpful in the process. So I'll be supporting it, knowing that we have a lot of work to do to make sure that we are prioritizing our environment. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I just have a question. Do we know what the schedule for construction is on this?
Nothing is set in stone, but the initial plan is that it'll take at least about a year to do the construction documents and get the building permit acquired, and then it's 18 months to 24 months for construction.
So as far as you know, the financing is in order?
I'm not privy to that, and I think the financing is going to evolve over the next year while we're working on the drawings.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no more comments. Last call for comments. If there are no more comments, it's time for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramos?
Yes.
Councilmember Abekoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Matachek?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Showalter?
Yes.
Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now we move on to 6.3, which is a mixed-use development at 705 West Dana Street. Would any council members like to make disclosures? Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I have I met with the applicant. I want to say it was pre-COVID, so it's been a long time, but I did meet with them. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
I had a brief conversation with the applicant this afternoon.
Councilmember Kamei.
Great. I met with the applicant multiple times over the years. Thank you.
Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I also met with the applicant a very long time ago. Thank you.
Okay, I also met with the applicant pre-COVID, I think. So with that, we have Senior Planner Krisha Penalar and Principal Planner Diana Pancioli will present the item.
Good evening, council members. My name is Krisha Penoyar, Senior Planner, and I'm joined by Diana Pancioli, Principal Planner. And today we're here to present the commercial development at 705 West Dana Street. The project is located on the southwest corner of West Dana Street and Hope Street. The site is currently developed with an auto repair building which has been vacant for several years. The general plan designation for the site is downtown mixed use, and the zoning district is in the P19 Downtown Precise Plan Area H Historic Retail District. The surrounding uses to the site are 1 to 2 story commercial buildings, a utility building, and a city-owned parking lot. The building immediately adjacent to the site is a restaurant tenant, Kakuroto. The project is requesting a planned community permit and development review permit to construct an 18,800 square foot commercial building with 2 levels of upper floor office, ground floor retail, a ground floor office lobby, an underground parking garage, and a corner plaza area. The project is requesting a provisional use permit for a ground floor restaurant use and upper floor administrative office use. A heritage tree removal permit to remove 1 redwood tree is also proposed as it's located within the proposed building footprint. The project is compliant with the downtown precise plan area standards, but the applicant is requesting exceptions to the development standards for ground floor transparency and retail depth to accomplish superior design. The limited site area and service requirements results in complications to meeting the retail depth requirement, and a reduction is needed. Additionally, due to the combined requirements of meeting ground floor transparency and locating the electrical room on West Dana Street, the electrical room is currently designed as transparent glazing. Staff is supportive of modifying the ground floor transparency requirement to accomplish a design that successfully screens the electrical room. The project includes a driveway via Hope Street to access the 1 level of underground parking, and a corner plaza area that includes passive seating, modular plantings, in-ground landscaping, and restaurant seating. The restaurant tenant and public elevator access to the underground parking can be accessed via West Dana Street. The applicant has voluntarily offered the underground parking lot to be available to the public during non-business hours, weekends, and holidays. A public parking agreement will be recorded as a condition of approval to ensure public parking is maintained. So the project site has 3 existing heritage trees, including a heritage redwood tree, which are proposed for removal due to their location within the building footprint and the location of the underground parking garage. The heritage tree is in fair to poor vigor and is drought stressed. Because of the limited size of the existing planter that the tree is located in, the tree will continue to be drought stressed. It is not feasible to preserve the tree and construct the proposed underground parking structure. Due to the size of the tree and asymmetrical root zone, the applicant's arborist noted that it is not a suitable candidate for relocation. The city arborist has agreed with this conclusion. Therefore, tree removal and replacement is recommended. The other trees proposed for removal are 2 non-heritage trees, which include a Hollywood juniper, which is in poor condition, and an almond tree that is in fair condition, but due to the building location and site constraints cannot be preserved. The 3 trees will be replaced by 10 on-site trees. The project proposes to plant 10 new trees on site and 2 additional street trees. The existing tree canopy coverage is 3.1%, and the proposed results in 9.7%. Due to the underground garage and small site area, there are limitations on the type of tree species that could be planted on site. The plantings that have been selected are suitable for a more limited planting area. The project proposes 75% native landscaping and is conditioned to maintain 75%. So here's some renderings of the project. The proposed building architecture features a transitional style that incorporates mid-century modern elements, such as flat planes, simple ornamentation, and monochromatic color choices. The building uses smooth cement plaster, terracotta tiles with varying textures, wood and composite wood at the storefront, and metal in the awnings, railings, and cornice. The massing breaks above the service area and garage entry help emphasize the massing at the active corner area. The Development Review Committee recommended further refinement to plaza design and garage entry, which have been included as conditions of approval. During the review process, the applicant hosted a neighborhood meeting in April with staff in attendance. Mailers were sent to properties within 750 feet of the project site, but no members of the public attended this community meeting. The project was then reviewed by the Development Review Committee at 2 public meetings and was recommended for approval with specific design conditions. The zoning administrator and the subdivision committee reviewed the project and the lot line adjustment at the public meeting in October and recommended conditional approval of the project to the City Council. At the same hearing, they approved the associated lot line adjustment to merge 2 lots. Lot line adjustment final approvals were made by the subdivision committee, so this decision is not forwarded to City Council. No public input was received prior to or during the city-attended neighborhood meeting, Development Review Committee, or Administrative Zoning Subdivision Committee hearing. In addition to the meetings described above, the applicant held 4 private meetings with Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association between 2020 and 2023. Following the last of the developer-held private meetings, the Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association did send a letter to the City Council in May this year, noting they met with the developer on the project, discussed concerns related to parking and project design, and voiced support for the changes made to the project. While the staff report discusses the final design and parking program for the project, it does not include the discussions in private meetings since staff was not invited or informed about them. Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association and developers typically keep staff informed of these meetings, so this is unusual. Staff has reached out to the Neighborhood Association to ensure that we stay in contact in the future. So we have invited the group to submit comments and concerns to staff, even if they have been addressed in private meetings, so these comments can be discussed in the staff report. In conclusion, staff and zoning administrator recommends the City Council find the project to be categorically exempt from CEQA and to adopt a resolution to approve the project per the conditions of approval attached to the report. This concludes staff presentation, and staff is available to answer any council questions. Please note the applicant is here tonight and has a brief presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. We'll now have a presentation from Boyd Smith and Lund Smith with the Smith Development and Amanda Borden, architect with KSHA.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. The 705 West Dana project, as Krisha just mentioned before you tonight, is a partnership with the Lee family, who owns the site and operated Lee's Automotive there for decades. The last 4+ years, as has been noted, has been an iterative and productive process working with the city and the neighbors to come up with a project that achieves the goals and visions of the downtown precise plan. And we've done extensive neighborhood outreach. If you want to go to the next slide really quick, highlighted some of the main kind of benchmarks over the last several years, but since 2020, met with the neighbors and had a great productive meetings with them. I now want to turn the time over to Amanda to further discuss the project.
Thank you. I'm Amanda Borden with Korth Sinceri Hagee Architects. You can go to the next slide. So Krisha did a really great job of introducing the project, but here in this context plan, you can see our site in the middle. We are a block off of Castro Street, and in the immediate vicinity are 1- and 2-story commercial buildings, and then just slightly farther out, we have some 2- and 3-story residential projects, as well as some additional commercial. Next, thank you. One back. So this slide here are photos of the existing 1- and 2-story commercial buildings and the utility building that are directly across the streets from our project. And in the lower left is the sushi restaurant that Krisha mentioned. And directly to the right of that restaurant is Blossom, which is kind of an alley that accesses the surface parking lot. And to the right of that is a new entitled project that is a 3-story building with a roof deck on top, just for some context and scale of the future of this neighborhood. Next. So these are pictures of the site as it exists today, which was an auto repair shop, but is no longer in use. Next. The next 2 slides are just a summary of the downtown precise plan measures that we are in compliance with. Krisha noted those as well. In the upper right, you can see a shading of our site. The green area is the buildable area based on the feedback we've gotten from Public Works on the required corner site triangle and driveway site triangle distances. Next. This is some additional downtown precise plan requirements that we are in compliance with, and a lot of these have been updated in the last year, and our project was then modified to comply with the new revised downtown precise plan requirements. That included changes to the windows, the sizes, the proportions, the transparency at the ground floor, etc. Next. So our proposed landscape plan, Krisha already mentioned the trees. We've got a lot of trees we're proposing on the plaza. Those are within raised planters that have integrated benches. And then we also have a variety of other types of planting, including in-ground planting. So we're actually recessing the slab above our parking garage below. And we've got the public elevator off of West Dana Street. And you can also see here where our building was recently modified to comply with the revised downtown precise plan to have a massing break at the 2 ends on either side of the main corner. So that's at the driveway and then also at the stair just adjacent to the sushi restaurant. Next. This imagery here is showing the 2 proposed on-site trees, which are the Saratoga laurel and this olive tree in the lower right. The Chinese pistache on the left is the street tree. And then we also have in the upper right, the 2 images are the proposed light pole fixture we have on the plaza. And then directly to the left on the top there is the proposed raised planter with the integrated bench. Next. This is the rendering from the corner that you guys have already seen, but this is to show that the way that the building was designed was to have a primary massing of 2 stories, and you can really see how that's emphasized at the corner with our warm white blend of terracotta. So that'll be a blend of one color but multiple textures. And then where the building steps back on either side there, that's a warm neutral blend of terracotta, also with multiple textures, but in a single color. So we think that's going to be a really nice feature here at the street facades. The ground floor is comprised of wood storefronts and steel canopies, which you'll see in another future slide better. And then the upper stories have painted metal windows with wood fin panels in between, and those are intended to match the wood look, but be of metal. And then you can see at the 3rd floor, we have a terrace that wraps around the 2 street facades, and the 3rd floor is set back. And part of this was to help mass the building appropriately for the neighborhood. Next. So this view from Hope Street is showing our lot line elevation on the left there, where we transition to having a planted facade adjacent to the driveway. And then we've also incorporated a rated glass wall there so that we can still get natural light and views into the tenant space, even though we're right on the lot line there. Next. And this is showing the lot line wall above the sushi restaurant. And there, what we've done is we've continued the terracotta back about 8.5 feet. And then we've transitioned to a cement plaster that'll be matching in color to that warm neutral blend. And above that, at the third floor, we've used the warm colored fin panels more extensively to round out the third floor in that facade design. And you can also see kind of at the middle of this elevation is where we have our public elevator access. Next. So the last two slides here, this is just a detail slide showing a typical retail bay. So this is the proposed wood storefront with a wainscot that's made of a wood fin panel system. And then we have standalone planters and then also the raised planter with the integrated bench. And we have a steel plate awning that's supported by vertical and diagonal rods. And then it has a combination of solid metal plate infill and mesh infill to provide some kind of variety at the groundscape for the pedestrian experience. And then on the right here on the column, you can see our custom light sconce, which is similar to the proposed lighting at the plaza. So those will complement each other. Next. And this is the last slide. So this is just the material palette for reference. So in the upper left, we have this cream color, which is kind of the warm white color for the main emphasized corner elements. And then we have that sand color, which is more of the neutral color. And those two terracotta blends will have a concrete base, which will be potentially that kind of warm gravel color just below the cream. And then we have two cement plaster colors, which are similar in color and tone to the two terracotta blends. And those are intended to wrap those two lot lines as an extension of those elements. And then you can see the wood windows there at the bottom center, and also the wood fin panels for the ground floor. And then to the right there is the main metal color for the upper level windows and fin panels, which will match the wood color. And then we have two metal accent colors, the light gray and the dark gray, which are used at the cornices and other trim elements. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, we take any council questions that people might have. Are there any council questions? Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I do have a question for the applicant. I'm curious as to why you only allowed the posting of a portion of the package online.
So yeah, apologies. In hindsight, we probably would have handled that different. What we did was we provided the drawings that we thought were relevant, which included pretty much the drawings you guys saw tonight here. So the drawings that weren't provided, I would say, were less interesting than the ones that were, but we're happy to provide the full package to anybody in the public that's interested in seeing it.
Great, thank you. And then let's see here. When a proposed development happens within or near the boundaries of a neighborhood association, do we have a formal process, or is it informal process, or is there not a process to also notify those neighborhood associations?
Artisha Vastava, Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director. We have a formal process of notifying the 750-foot radius, and then we have an informal process of identifying neighborhoods. And then we also have people sign up to get agendas for DRC, ZA, Council, and EPC. So depending on who signs up, they get all the agendas. In this case, Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association did get all the agendas. But then I believe when the applicant sent out the neighborhood notices, that's sent out by the applicant. They may not have sent it to Old Mountain View for the neighborhood meeting, But they did then contact Old Mountain View and have separate private meetings. So there's a little bit of the city meetings, Old Mountain View was invited, and then when the developer held meetings, staff was invited to one neighborhood meeting, but not to the others. So there was a bit of mix and match with the developers' meetings.
So it's up to the applicant to reach out to neighborhood associations.
Typically, staff gives, typically, informally we let people know. In this case, Old Mountain View is very involved and they get all the notifications. So we're not sure exactly what happened with the developer when he held his own neighborhood meeting.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
And Councilmember Matichak, would you like an answer from the developer because they have their hands up as well?
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, so we did meet with the group Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association in September of 2022. That was before the formal notification that was held in earlier this year in April of 2023. So we did have a Zoom meeting. Some were in attendance, some were on Zoom. There was about 15 to 20 participants. And then what happened, I don't know exactly what happened, why some people got the notice, some didn't, but we followed all the protocols from the city to send out the notice. And then there was, I think, one or two specific members of Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association that mentioned they could not attend the meeting. Then they notified the other members that the meeting was taking place. I guess there was some conflict. So we didn't actually have any participants that specific evening in April. But as a follow-up, we did have a meeting in May. And in that meeting in May, we opened it up to anybody who wanted to come, but it was the opinion of the few individuals who came that there was not widespread interest to open it up to the whole group again. So that's the protocol that we followed.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. I have a couple questions for the applicant as well. I'm curious, what's your timeline for construction?
It's probably a similar answer to the last development that was up here. It takes about a year to go through the construction permitting process. So hopefully 2025. But again, it depends on a variety of factors. But we do plan to hopefully 2025 timeframe.
Okay. And when do you expect to demolish the building that's on the site at the moment?
We're open to any ideas you have on that. It's a bit of an eyesore right now, so anytime is okay. But I think that's also part of the permitting process. The city can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have to have an active permit to build something prior to being able to demo.
Yeah, I have heard from some constituents that they do think that site is kind of blighted, and it would be nice to have the building demolished as soon as possible and just have it open until construction. So perhaps the developer and the city could work together to get that site cleaned up. That'd be wonderful. Okay, and that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, more council questions? I don't see any. Okay, so now it's time for public commentary. If any members of the public joining us virtually or in person would like to provide comment, either raise your hand in Zoom or submit a speaker card. I am not seeing any speaker cards for in-person comments. So I'm going to go to virtually. We have Robert Cox.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Mayor Hicks, Vice Mayor Showalter, and members of the City Council. I'm Robert Cox, speaking on behalf of Livable Mountain View. We sent a letter to the council yesterday raising our concern about the paragraph in the staff report that said that the applicant had an in-person meeting, community meeting on April 17th, 2023 to introduce the project and seek project feedback, but no members of the public attended the meeting. and there wasn't anything else in the staff report about public outreach. I'm very glad to hear, in the presentation tonight that the additional information has been relayed to the council about what had occurred and the input that was given. I want everybody to know that there was a large amount of public interest in the project, and just echo what they're saying, that we did have 4 meetings with them, one on the phone, twice in person in their office, and once in a Zoom meeting where they acknowledged 15 to 20 people had attended. It was a robust discussion with many points of view, including comments about the building design, removal of the heritage tree, and why there is a small amount of underground parking. I want to highlight that, while our neighborhood association as a matter of policy does not take a position on development projects, we very much like to have the issues we discussed mentioned in the staff report as they are done normally. And so I'm glad the staff reached out to us twice since receiving this letter, and we are actively discussing ways to ensure neighborhood association leaders are notified when a neighborhood meeting is scheduled about a project headed for a council vote. We're always interested in that. But beyond that, we are still concerned that the project plans for this development were not made available to the public in their entirety, as has been the case for every other development we have reviewed over the last 15 years. Although developers are no longer required to make all of their plans publicly available before a council public hearing, we encourage staff to urge them to do so and brainstorm about incentives that could be provided to induce them to comply voluntarily. Transparency should be the hallmark of participatory democracy, and we very much would like to be the ones who get to judge what we think is interesting and what is not. So thank you very much for listening to our views, and I'll give you the rest of the time back.
Thank you. So seeing no additional speakers, I'll take the item back for council deliberation and action, and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolution attached to the report. And when we take a vote, the city clerk will take a roll call vote again. Oh, I see we already have a motion by Councilmember Kamei and a second by Councilmember Ramos. So Councilmember Kamei.
Great. Yeah, I'd love to make a few comments before making the motion. So I actually feel like this project we've been talking about for so many years that I thought, oh, was it already entitled or was it? But I think I was surprised to get some of the feedback from residents, because I do feel like it's been at least 5 years, if not longer, that the applicant has been trying to work on something to bring to council. And so I just wanted to share, and hopefully we can just take care of it tonight, which is, disclosing the full project and to the community, and maybe you have those emails and you can send the link to them so they can see. I do agree that it's the first time on my time being on council where it wasn't publicly disclosed, the entire all renderings, and so would love to be able to just kind of ameliorate that tonight and make sure the public knows that it's all available. So I'm making this motion knowing that that will happen. And then the only other thing that's of concern that I know staff is already thinking about is just how we address parking for the staging area when we have our lot next door affected by it. And I think we're going to hear more. We're doing our downtown parking strategy. We're looking at our downtown precise plan. And I think we're going to hopefully see a lot of development in our downtown. And so that's something that's in the back of my mind. But I do appreciate that after all this time, there is a final project coming forward, that it is taking account that it is on a prominent corner there, and the design elements that were incorporated to give it a sense of place, and also kind of integrate into hopefully what we'll see on the rest of Dana Street. So I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a planned community permit and development review permit to construct a 3-story 18,800 square foot mixed use commercial building with ground floor restaurant and upper floor office with 1 level of underground parking, replacing an existing auto repair shop, a provisional use permit to allow the restaurant use, an upper floor administrative office use, and a heritage tree removal permit to remove 1 heritage tree on a 0.23 acre project site at 705 West Dana Street, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. So now that we have the motion and the second, we can take additional council comments. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very quick. So I agree with Councilmember Kamei, and I'll only add my thanks also to staff and the applicant for providing parking that would be accessible to the public voluntarily. I know AB 2097 complicates the city's ability to regulate parking, but I think this is a good demonstration of collaboration with the city and a nice community benefit. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. Just a few comments. I like the suggestion about having staff encourage applicants to allow the entire packet to be posted on the website. I think it's good to have the transparency, and you just never know what somebody is interested in. And so just to have the information there readily available, I think is very helpful. I would also like to encourage staff and the applicant to see if there is a way to demolish the existing building sooner rather than later, because it is, well, the site would probably look better without it. Let's put it that way. I also noted that the old Mountain View Neighborhood Association doesn't take positions on development in the neighborhood or in the city, and they haven't for years and years and years. And so I went back and read the email we received, and actually I do believe that was a personal opinion. If you look at the email, unfortunately, the title of the person's position in the Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association was included. And so I could see where there could be confusion about whose position this actually was. But I do believe that was an individual position and not that of the neighborhood association. And then just lastly, I am concerned about the use of that parking lot, a portion of it, for construction staging. That is one of our busiest parking lots. That's the one that I have volunteered in before, to remind people to take their stuff with them. And it is busy. So to take space away from one of our busiest lots is concerning to me. And I'd like to see going forward if we could figure out other ways of accommodating staging for construction rather than using city parking lots. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I just want to echo what everybody said. I thought this was a really well-written council report, so thank you very much for that. And I really appreciate the concept of shared parking. That is very much being a good community member, and that's that's just very much appreciated. And then the other thing is I really liked the plaza as part of the design. I think that will be a nice place for people to just stop and talk for a minute or meet people before they go into the restaurant. And so I applaud you for that. And as I mentioned earlier, I hope that you can clean off the site earlier rather than later. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramos.
+1 on getting that site cleaned up for as quickly as you can. I actually remember, I guess before it was an auto shop or during it was an auto shop, I think this is where the Mountain View General Store was. I got so much Mountain View swag from there. It would be nice to see this area back into our making our downtown vibrant and essentially expanding what our downtown offers. So I'm very excited to see this project come through. It's very interesting with the new state law about what you're allowed to disclose and not due to copyright reasons. I had long conversations with our city attorney about that, being like, I don't understand, why would that be? But it is kind of interesting, and I'm glad that we don't have to deal with that at least with this point, and we will see the full renderings that our community is kind of used to having access to. So thank you so much. I'm happy to second.
Thank you. So I'm going to make my comments as well. I think there are two things that I really appreciate about this project, and one of them is what other people have commented on, the shared parking. I wish you could find some way to get our other developments to do that as well. Since this was voluntary, maybe it can set a good example, because we have many underground, underused parking garages, and if they were all used in this way, I think we wouldn't have to. We're doing a parking structure, and I think we could use that land for some higher and better use. So spread the word. And the second thing is that I really appreciate the design a great deal. I think it's one of the, I live downtown, and this is one of the nicest, one of the nicer buildings that's been developed in recent years. I think it goes really well with the downtown. I appreciate that it's both transitional, so it kind of goes with the older buildings without, trying to pretend that it was built 100 years ago. But it also kind of tips its hat to mid-century modern design at the same time. I really like the materiality, not a lot of fake stone and stucco panels. I really like I think the cladding is the terracotta and wood. And I think you're required to do this, but I appreciate the wainscoting on the bottom, so you're not looking in the window at people's feet and you can display the things you want to display. So it's all really well thought out, and I think a great example, and I hope there will be others like it, downtown and in the Moffett area and other places as well. So with that, if there are not other comments, we can take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramos?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Showalter?
Yes.
Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. So with that, we are moving on to item number 7 on our agenda, which is council, staff, and committee reports.
I gotta find my paper.
Vice Mayor.
Well, now that I can do that, I'm trying to find my paper, but.
Well, do you want a Councilmember
Yeah, somebody
Ramos
else
to go first?
Yeah, Emily, go first.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Mayor. Just a small announcement. So, and bear with me. So since 2022, there have been conversations relating to the changes to the traditional rotation of council leadership. Earlier this year, council voted to have the Policy and Procedures Committee review and propose clarifications to the vice mayor and mayoral rotation. I had concerns because my experience had shown that these issues can cause division and bitterness among governing bodies. I watched when Palo Alto City Council deviated from their normal rotation in 2015 and how they had to deal with the uncertainty since then. I also watched the week-long drama that engulfed the city of San Mateo this year when they struggled to select a mayor. And now there's an article about the local school district scrambling to provide equal opportunities to leadership among their colleagues. So in contrast, the Mountain View City Council had a strong tradition of rotating based on seniority and giving all council members a chance to serve in leadership roles. This tradition holds even when majorities shifted or when council members hold different opinions or perspectives from the rest of their colleagues. It is an important factor to maintain the collegial environment and good governance that our council enjoys. So I don't want to water seeds of division that have been planted throughout our region in similar jurisdictions. So continuing on that metaphor, I'm pulling that weed out by announcing that I don't plan to seek the vice mayorship next year. So basically, I don't intend on adding myself to the leadership rotation until after the election, should I choose to seek election. As I mentioned before, we enjoy the strong traditions of congeniality, but as we have seen from neighboring jurisdictions, maintaining that environment can come down to individual choices, and so I'm making that choice for myself. I'm honored to have been appointed by a supermajority of council members, and I like to think that a factor in that decision is how I care about each one of my colleagues and how I strive to find ways to work toward mutual goals among all of you. I always seek to be part of the solution and not the problem, so I'm hoping that this helps be part of the solution. And I look forward to continuing to serve Mountain View residents as a council member to the best city. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Now we have the Vice Mayor.
I would just like to report that I attended the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board of Directors meeting last Wednesday, and we voted to appoint a new CEO, Monica Padilla, who has been with the Silicon Valley Clean Energy pretty much since its inception and is believed to be by far the best candidate. And also we discussed Green Prime and Green Smart, which are the two sort of groups of choices that everybody has to is able to make in terms of the energy that they buy, whether it's completely how carbon free it is or not. And for many years, well, not many, it's only been 6 years since we've been operating, but for that time, Silicon Valley Clean Energy has been able to acquire pretty much 100% or close to 100% clean energy. But that's getting more and more difficult, basically for two reasons. One reason is because there are a lot more CCAs like Silicon Valley Clean Energy that are trying to buy the same clean energy and renewable energy. And while there are a number of projects in the mix to produce more renewable energy, many of them haven't come online yet. So there's going to be apparently a period of between 5 and 10 years where it may not really be possible for Silicon Valley Clean Energy to supply us with 100% clean energy. They're going to do their best to do that. And one of the decisions that was made to make that much more likely is to include nuclear power in the mix. So I gained a tremendous amount of respect for the people who serve on the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board, because this was very technical, and it was it was quite something to jump into. Fortunately, the CEO gave me a briefing before, but I'd like to thank Margaret for all the hours she must have put in over the years to come up to speed on all of this. Anyway, thank you. That's my report.
Thank you. Do we have more reports? We're low on reports. We're low on reports this time around. Okay. In that case, we'll go on to item 8, closed session report. City Attorney Logue, do you have a closed session report?
I do. Thank you and good evening. In closed session this evening, City Council took final action on item 2.2 on the closed session agenda, which was a conference with legal counsel regarding a liability claim filed by Yongping Tang against the City of Mountain View. Mr. Tang's claim sought $100 million in damages for injuries he allegedly sustained as a result of a dog bite from a dog that was not owned or under the control of the city or any of its employees. Council voted with 7 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions to deny the claim.
Thank you. So we are now on item number 9 on your agenda. This is adjournment. The next City Council meeting will be held on December 5th, 2024, and this meeting is adjourned at... You're right. It says that, but it's 2023. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned at 9:52 p.m.
I would like to adjourn for a year.